Well, welcome back to our online conference, the National Security State and the JFK Assassination. I'm Jacob Hornberger, president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, the sponsor of this conference. Our presenter tonight is Douglas Horne. He served on the staff of the Assassination Records Review Board in the 1990s. He is the author of one of the watershed books in this research community on the JFK assassination. It's a 5-volume work called Inside the Assassination Records Review Board. He is also the author of one of our best-selling books here at FFF, JFK's War with the National Security Establishment, Why Kennedy Was Assassinated.
Good evening. I want to thank everyone for joining me for this presentation, JFK's War with the National Security Establishment. I'm glad that Jacob Hornberger and the Future of Freedom Foundation commissioned this presentation from me. I believe it's the most important JFK presentation I've ever made. You'll have the luxury of stopping this recording whenever you wish and examining the slides with a lot of text in tremendous detail, if that's what you would like to do. Or you'll have the option of just proceeding and following the oral narrative, which will cover most of the main points in the slides. So without any further ado, let's get started. So this presentation is an overview from 30,000 feet. John Newman presented on March 17th for this conference, and the title of his presentation was JFK and the Cold War, Deception, Treachery, and the Struggle for Power. If his presentation was a view from 10,000 feet, which is the way he described it, then my presentation attempts to be a grand overview of JFK's struggles with the national security state from an even higher altitude. This is a big picture presentation. What matters today is the who and the why. That's how I feel about it. Don't remain forever focused upon events in Dealey Plaza, or even on the minutiae of the conflicts in the medical evidence. Once you are convinced that there was a crossfire in Dealey Plaza, and therefore a conspiracy, and once you are convinced that the military autopsy was intentionally fraudulent, all that really matters going forward is the who, and more importantly, the why of JFK's assassination. It's natural to begin in Dealey Plaza, as we all once did, and then move on to the many conflicts in the medical evidence, as many of us have done. But you don't want to stay there forever. In my view, only the big questions make this subject worthy of continuing study and interest. So what is this thing called the national security state that Jacob's conference is about, and that JFK researchers are so fond of talking about? Well, the national security state began with the National Security Act of 1947. That act created the National Security Council, the Office of Secretary of Defense, officially created the Joint Chiefs of Staff, although they had been meeting during World War II. They weren't called that. Now it was an official body, and the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. Now, a key National Security Council directive was promulgated on July 18th, 1948, which justified numerous future abuses of power. It was called NSC 10/2. In this policy document, the U.S. intelligence community was authorized to carry out a broad range of covert operations, including propaganda, economic warfare, sabotage, and subversion against hostile states, including assistance to underground resistance movements and guerrillas. NSC 10/2 authorized violations of international law and therefore official lying as an indispensable cover. This was called plausible deniability. Now, plausible deniability meant that such covert activities had to be, quote, so planned and executed that any US government responsibility for them is not evident to unauthorized persons, and that if uncovered, the US government can plausibly deny any responsibility for them, end quote. So you see, the policy of plausible deniability, as Jim Douglas says, combined lying with hypocrisy. Now, this next slide is about the document promulgated by the NSC in April 1950 called NSC 68. This formalized a strategy of containment of the Soviet Union, in particular military containment, and a permanent peacetime arms buildup, in particular of nuclear weapons. My primary source for this discussion here is a publication by the National Defense University at Fort McNair in 1994 titled NSC 68, Forging the Strategy of Containment. It contained all the documents pertaining to NSC 68, and much of the text was written by Paul Nitze himself, the author of NSC 68. So it was an invaluable resource in determining his mindset at the time and his mindset years later. So this all began with the USSR's detonation of its first atomic bomb, a small fission device, in August of 1949. This was at least 3 years and possibly even 5 years earlier than expected. And it meant that the US had lost its nuclear monopoly. And this loss of our nuclear monopoly was the stimulus for NSC 68. So here's how it went down. On January 31st, 1950, President Truman decided to proceed with the development of the super, which became known as the hydrogen bomb. Now, the hydrogen bomb is a much more powerful weapon than a fission bomb. The fission bombs dropped on Japan. It's what we call a thermonuclear fusion device. In connection with this decision, he directed that the Secretaries of State and Defense re-examine US objectives in peace and war and our strategic plans in view of the USSR's current atomic bomb capability and its likely ability to build a hydrogen bomb itself in the near future. So this directive of his to develop the hydrogen bomb and to re-examine all of our strategic plans is what led to NSC 68. The primary author was Paul Nitze, a civilian hawk who at the time was in the State Department. He was its brainchild, and his co-author and major supporter, if you will, was Secretary of State Dean Acheson. So NSC 68 was issued April 7th, 1950. It called for a, quote, rapid and sustained buildup of political, economic, and military strength of the free world, end quote, to counter the perceived intent by the USSR to dominate the world, a conclusion reached earlier in 1948 by a document called NSC 20/4, and which was the underlying assumption behind the urgent need for a massive peacetime arms buildup, especially in nuclear weapons. In April of 1950, NSC 68 reiterated the USSR's perceived intent to dominate the world and called for a massive arms buildup during peacetime, before the Korean War began, when defense expenditures were low and when Truman was considering further defense cuts. Now, NSC 68 declared that 1954 would be the year of maximum danger, when the USSR would have enough fission bombs to seriously damage the United States, and recommended rapid stockpiling of American nuclear weapons to counter this threat. This gave birth to an overwhelming American nuclear superiority throughout the mid to late 1950s and early 1960s, and the serious temptation to use it. Truman was initially skeptical about NSC 68 before the Korean War started. But once that conflict began in June of 1950, and he got sucked into the Korean War and a major US commitment there, he viewed the communist world differently as a monolithic threat. And so on September 30th, 1950, he approved the text of NSC 68. And then after the NSC did some further economic studies on the ability of the United States to support a permanent war economy during peacetime and nuclear stockpiling, then on December 16th, he issued Presidential Proclamation 2914, declaring a state of national emergency and calling upon the American people to make the necessary sacrifices to implement NSC 68's strategy of global containment of the Soviet Union and counter what he called, quote, world conquest by communist imperialism, end quote, by funding massive and continuing increases in national defense. Now, it was Dean Acheson that wanted Truman to declare a state of national emergency. And he had to work on him, most of the year, but he got his wish. And this is what NSC 68 in its essentials was all about. It's about the bomb. The loss of America's nuclear monopoly in August of 1949 led to paranoia, a war economy during peacetime, and the rapid stockpiling of strategic nuclear weapons to dangerous levels. NSC 68 led to the obsessive stockpiling of nuclear weapons and delivery systems, long-range bombers, and in-flight refueling tankers. And one peril of this overwhelming and increasing dominance during the mid to late 1950s became the overwhelming temptation to use them, which reached its culmination in 1961 and 1962. Many of the conflicts between JFK and his national security establishment revolved around the cavalier attitude toward their use within the Pentagon and among civilian hawks. That theme is endemic during Kennedy's presidency. Now, here are hawks Paul Nitze and Dean Acheson, the authors of NSC 68. They deliberately exaggerated the Soviet threat to justify massive increases in defense spending to maintain US nuclear superiority. That's what NSC 68 was all about. Now, Richard Rhodes, our foremost historian of the development of nuclear weapons and of the arms race in the 1950s and 60s, has written a wonderful book called Arsenals of Folly. And in it, he comes right out and says that Paul Nitze and Dean Acheson, the two foremost State Department hawks, both engaged in threat inflation with regard to the USSR, according to Rhodes. And Dean Acheson later said, quote, the purpose of NSC 68 was to so bludgeon the mass mind of top government that not only could the president make a decision, but that the decision could be carried out, end quote. Thus, the bludgeon that Acheson spoke of was Nitze's intentional exaggeration of the Soviet threat. NSC 68 painted the USSR not only as a source of implacable evil, but greatly exaggerated the military threat posed by the USSR, which was a nation exhausted by World War II. More about this later. So after 1954, the year of maximum danger forecast by NSC 68 passed without any attack from the USSR, the fears of Soviet nuclear power were kept alive by the Gaither Committee, a group of civilians appointed by President Eisenhower to study questions about building a massive civil defense system against nuclear attack. The Gaither Committee went rogue and exceeded its mandate by studying the issues originally considered by NSC 68. thanks to committee member Paul Nitze, who was a member of the Gaither Committee. The new year of maximum danger, according to the Gaither Committee, would be 1959. Its November 7th, 1957 report greatly exaggerated the threat posed by future Soviet ICBMs and heavy bombers. But Eisenhower was unpersuaded. Its recommendations included increasing our intermediate range nuclear missiles from 60 to 240, increasing our intercontinental ballistic missiles, our ICBMs, from the Plan 480 to 600, increasing military spending by 50%, building a massive system of civilian fallout shelters, nuclear fallout shelters, and increasing the alert posture of the Strategic Air Command, which was already quite high. So the Gaither report was followed immediately by widespread public fears of a missile gap, promoted by US Air Force intelligence and numerous journalists, which became an integral part of the 1960 presidential campaign. Eisenhower was unpersuaded, but many people in the Air Force really thought there was a missile gap, and many of the conservative journalists believed it too. Meanwhile, historian Jim Douglas writes that under Allen Dulles, appointed deputy director of the CIA in 1951 and director of Central Intelligence in 1953, the CIA interpreted NSC Directive 10/2 of 1948 and plausible deniability as a green light to overthrow governments, plan for the assassination of foreign leaders, and lie to cover up any trace of accountability, all for the sake of promoting US interests in general, and more specifically, its holy war against communism, which was perceived as bent on worldwide domination. Paranoia about the USSR had morphed into a jihad against any left-leaning governments and any leader critical of or even neutral toward the US or its business interests was viewed by the national security establishment as a communist threat. Two governments overthrown by the CIA under Dulles were both democratically elected governments. The Prime Minister of Iran, Mossadegh, in 1953, and the President of Guatemala, Arbenz, in 1954. Later, during his second term, Eisenhower ordered Dulles to arrange for the assassination of two heads of government, Patrice Lumumba in the Congo and Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. The source for this disturbing information is John Newman in volume 2 of his JFK assassination series titled Countdown to Darkness. He documents this very carefully. President Eisenhower felt this was necessary to get both NATO and Latin American support for the future US assassination of the revolutionary new Cuban leader, Fidel Castro. Although Eisenhower opposed large conventional force buildups and was not persuaded by the hysteria of the Gaither report, he did believe in the policies espoused by NSC 10/2 and the plausible deniability doctrine. And he did endorse the massive nuclear retaliation doctrine of Secretary of State John Foster Dulles and the US Air Force. Now, under Eisenhower, Dulles began planning for regime change in Cuba by training anti-Castro guerrillas for infiltration into Cuba. This quickly morphed into a clandestine paramilitary invasion plan before Eisenhower left office in January of '61. This later became known as the Bay of Pigs. There are some pictures of Allen Dulles. The picture on the right is taken in 1961. And as you can see, he has an ice cold personality. He was already very unhappy by this time because the Bay of Pigs had blown up in his face, and he knew he was simply waiting to be retired by JFK. Now, a few words about the inaugural address. There's a beautiful color image in the public domain. It was a 20-degree Fahrenheit day. JFK's inaugural speech was a rhetorical masterpiece. It was not a belligerent speech, as some historians have claimed. It was a well-balanced, carefully crafted appeal to reason that was both inspiring and uplifting and full of idealism. Kennedy not only promised to fulfill his Cold War responsibilities, but emphasized the theme of sacrifice with phrases like these: "The torch has been passed. Now the trumpet summons us again. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." It also expressed great concern about the dangers of the nuclear age and the importance of negotiations. And JFK proposed two ways for the US and USSR to cooperate with each other moving forward: arms control and space exploration. There's only one statement in the entire speech that could be interpreted as hard line or bellicose, and I'll read it to you here. "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to ensure the survival and success of liberty," end quote. Now, there are reasons why this statement was inserted into the speech. First of all, Khrushchev had made a bellicose speech on January 6th, in which he declared the Soviet Union's intention to support national wars of liberation all over the globe. So Kennedy was focused on that and thought he had to counter that speech. He also sincerely believed he had to uphold his Cold War responsibilities, particularly with NATO. And not only that, I mean, he's replacing the revered General Eisenhower as president. And he's trying to reassure people that I'm going to do my duty. I know we're in the middle of a Cold War. I'm going to fulfill my responsibilities, particularly under the NATO alliance. So don't be concerned about that. And why did he feel he had to do that? Because his father, ambassador to Great Britain from 37 to 40, 1937 to 1940, had been essentially an isolationist and a pacifist. So his father had supported the Munich Pact, in which Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain of Great Britain had given away part of Czechoslovakia to Adolf Hitler in 1938 to try to appease his desire for more territory. And after the fact, Joseph Kennedy supported the Munich Pact. So he was aware of these criticisms and was trying to reassure people that I'm not going to be an appeaser like my father. But the rest of the speech was very different in tone from this one statement. So I've listed here, I'm not going to read them to you. You can revisit this slide later if you wish, or you can freeze the picture now and read these. But the theme of sacrifice was emphasized in 3 different passages. And then JFK spent considerable amount of time talking about the dangers of nuclear war. Man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of poverty and all forms of human life. He requested that both sides begin anew the quest for peace before the dark powers of destruction unleashed by science engulf all humanity in planned or accidental self-destruction. And then he talks some more about the dangers of having all these weapons and says, let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. And then went on to propose some ways to cooperate with the USSR. It's worth visiting these in detail later and reading the text. I think it's very moving. So as you view this presentation going forward, ask yourself this: what were JFK's opponents thinking about him each step along the way as the policy debates on Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, Berlin, and nuclear weapons were unfolding? And what was he thinking about them? But more importantly, what were they thinking about him, the new commander-in-chief that's replaced the revered General Eisenhower? So this is my summary slide for 1961. It's a little bit busy, but we need to go through this slide together. So let's do it and then move on to some of the specifics. JFK did experience a year of crisis in 1961. He was inexorably pushed toward war all year long in Cuba and Southeast Asia, while the confrontation with the USSR over Berlin threatened to go nuclear. In the Bay of Pigs crisis from April 17th through the 20th, JFK was himself the target of a covert operation designed to get him to commit US combat troops to bail out an exile invasion, which everyone in the CIA and Pentagon knew would fail on its own. It was a perfect failure, and the Bay of Pigs crisis became the major fault line defining JFK's deteriorating relations with the national security establishment. This is the finding of Dr. John Newman in volume 2 of his JFK series titled Countdown to Darkness. I concur with his assessment that the Bay of Pigs was the major fault line. And as he says, here are 3 of the aftershocks that came directly out of the Bay of Pigs. The first was a final no decision by JFK not to intervene in Laos. Then came Operation Northwoods in 1962, in which the Joint Chiefs offered up pretexts, lies for a US invasion of Cuba, lies to justify a US invasion of Cuba. And then the Cuban Missile Crisis itself in October of 62 was another aftershock from the Bay of Pigs. Excuse me. Now, the Joint Chiefs, the National Security Council, and hawks in the State Department all pushed JFK to the brink over Laos in March of 61. After the Bay of Pigs fiasco, JFK's mistrust of the Pentagon military leadership and the civilian hawks in government was very high. And Kennedy opted in late April of 61, after the Bay of Pigs disaster, not to intervene with US combat troops in Laos. We'll be talking about that in a moment. Immediately after his no intervention decision over Laos, the national security establishment pressured him continuously, and I mean continuously, from May of 1961 through the 3rd week in November in 1961 to commit US combat troops to South Vietnam. This pressure was unrelenting. One proposal after another, one series of warnings after another, one scheme after another to try to get JFK to commit combat troops to South Vietnam from May through November. JFK successfully resisted calls for war in Cuba and Southeast Asia, and he held the line in Berlin in defense of NATO treaty obligations, in defense of the one place he believed was worth defending by going to war if necessary. Now, please understand that if Richard Nixon had been president, the United States would surely have found itself at war in both Cuba and in Southeast Asia in 1961. There can be no doubt about that. Now, I've got 4 slides here that are an overview of the Bay of Pigs. I'm not going to read every word to you because you can freeze the picture at any time and study these in greater detail, but let's study the highlights of each slide, the important points. So Eisenhower approved regime change, overthrowing the Castro regime on March 17th, 1960. And then in August, he approved an expansion of the plan into a paramilitary invasion and provided funding for it. This is all under Eisenhower's watch. On November 3rd, just before the presidential election, the special group augmented, you're going to hear that term a lot. That's the special group augmented of the National Security Council. So if you hear SGA, that means the subset of the National Security Council that approved and authorized covert operations. That's what the SGA did. It kept the president out of the loop on those things and allowed him to use plausible deniability, saying, well, I didn't know anything about that because these things were all approved by the SGA and not directly by Eisenhower. So the SGA admitted to itself that the CIA's plan for a paramilitary invasion followed by a spontaneous Cuban uprising, could not succeed without the use of overt US military force. They admitted this to themselves in a meeting on November 3rd, 1960. And the people present were representing the Pentagon, the State Department, and included Eisenhower's national security advisor. And then, even more importantly, on November 15th, at an internal CIA meeting of its Cuban task force, the CIA recognized that not only will there be no spontaneous internal uprising to support the invasion, but that their evolving concept of a 1,500 to 3,000 man paramilitary invasion to secure an airstrip in Cuba would be unachievable except as a joint CIA Department of Defense action. Now, here's the important part that John Newman points out in Countdown to Darkness. No part of this conclusion by the CIA was shared with either President Eisenhower or with President-elect Kennedy. So after Kennedy's elected in a squeaker, Allen Dulles and Richard Bissell have to decide what to tell him about the paramilitary invasion of Cuba that's in the works. It's Richard Bissell's paramilitary invasion plan. He's the deputy director of plans, which means he's in charge of CIA covert operations. He's overall in charge of those things. And of course, Dulles is the director, is his immediate boss. So they briefed Kennedy twice, the president-elect, on November 18th and 29th. During the second briefing, Bissell's biographer reveals that he resurrected the fiction that the exile invasion would ignite a spontaneous Cuban uprising. This was supported by Allen Dulles, who was with him during these briefings. This lie was clearly told to avoid having the new president consider canceling the paramilitary invasion. Now, here's a photo of Dulles briefing JFK about this time, and here's one of the few photos available of Richard Bissell. Under his leadership, one good thing happened. The U-2 spy plane was developed by Lockheed for the CIA, and a bad thing happened, very bad thing, the Bay of Pigs operation, as well as another bad thing, CIA attempts to assassinate Castro working through the mafia. Those two bad things happened under Richard Bissell too. And all of those things happened with the full knowledge of Allen Dulles. Now, this is a very busy slide. I just want to hit the highlights. I say, meanwhile, the CIA was attempting to assassinate Fidel Castro. This idea first surfaced internally with a memo from an official named J.C. King. He was the head of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division. So he wrote a memo on December 11th, 1959, before Eisenhower even directed regime change. He wrote a memo saying we should assassinate Castro. Allen Dulles changed the wording of parts of the memo. He sanitized some of the wording, but he approved it. He approved the assassination plan. And then in August of 1960, as I indicate here, Richard Bissell decided to recruit the American mafia to do the job, to assassinate Fidel, using a Howard Hughes employee, Robert Mayhew, as the cutout. Now, I want you to remember one key point from this slide. It's in the middle of the slide here in brown. On two occasions, and two occasions only, in January 61, right after JFK took over as president, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Lyman Lemnitzer, gave JFK honest assessments about the paramilitary Cuban exile invasion twice. Twice, he indicated that this could not succeed due to Castro's greatly increased military strength, because Castro had been receiving conventional weapons from the Soviet bloc for 6 months. So on the second of these two meetings, Lemnitzer asked the question, with the president in the room, who would come to their aid shortly after these Cuban exiles landed on the beachhead? He said we could land them, but who will come to their aid when they're they get stuck on the beach and they're about to be repulsed. And JFK did not take the bait. This is what John Newman writes about in his book, Countdown to Darkness. JFK did not take the bait. At this second meeting, Dulles admitted that the Pentagon's position was that no currently authorized course of action could succeed in overthrowing the Castro regime. So he's openly admitting, Dulles is, at this early stage, that the Pentagon says our plan can't work. That's their position. But on February 3rd, the whole game plan changed. Because JFK had made clear the fact that he had no desire to put US troops in Cuba, to bail out any paramilitary invasion, or to invade Cuba with our own resources, the whole game plan changed, and the Joint Chiefs changed their tune. They wrote a report for Secretary of Defense McNamara on February 3rd saying, quote, evaluation of the current plan results in a favorable assessment, end quote. And they further stated, quote, despite the shortcomings pointed out in the assessment, the Joint Chiefs of Staff consider that timely execution of this plan has a fair chance of ultimate success, end quote. Now, this phrase was inserted by the head of the Joint Staff, General Earl Wheeler, who later became Chief of Staff of the Army, and then after that became Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So he inserted this phrase, fair chance of success, during the postmortem conducted by Maxwell Taylor after the Bay of Pigs disaster. He determined that the phrase fair chance of success meant only a 30% chance of success and a 70% chance of failure. So it's weasel wording, double talk, and it's a lie put in this report. On March 11th, President Kennedy, agreeing with his Secretary of State, expressed discomfort with the chosen site for the invasion, Trinidad on the south coast of Cuba, and said it was too noisy, too public, too much like a World War II invasion. He wanted it moved to another site. The only site the CIA proposed to him was the Bay of Pigs, and so he ended up approving the Bay of Pigs. Once he did that, General Gray on the Joint Staff estimated that the chances of success had dropped from 30% chance of success to 20% by moving into the Bay of Pigs. Of course, no one told the president. Now, the realities are this. Back in November, the CIA was talking about a plan of securing an airstrip with their Cuban exiles, a force of 1,500 to 3,000 men. In reality, when the invasion took place, there were only 1,400 men involved, 1,400 men. And they had hoped it would be 1,500 to 3,000. All they could scrape up was 1,400. They were going up against a defending army, Cuban army of 32,000 men at the time, supported by a militia of 200,000 men, all recently bolstered by large arms shipments. And of course, it's true that the number of airstrikes planned were reduced, primarily by Dean Rusk, Secretary of State, and later one was canceled by the president. But that's an asterisk to history, in my view. The airstrike business did not change the overall chances for success or failure. The invading force was grossly insufficient to accomplish the objective, based on the numbers I just gave you. And it was based on a big lie. And the big lie was that there would be a spontaneous public uprising that would help topple Castro, and that the invasion would simply trigger the spontaneous uprising. But both the CIA and the Pentagon knew that was untrue, and they never told President Kennedy. So as Castro became aware of the impending invasion, he began to publicly protest that the US is planning an invasion of Cuba. JFK went public and announced that no US military forces would be used to invade Cuba. He said this not only to maintain plausible deniability about the forthcoming exile invasion, but he meant it as well. The problem is the military and CIA advisors did not believe that he meant it when he said no US forces would be used to invade Cuba. Allen Dulles wrote later in an unpublished article, quote, "We felt that when the chips were down, when the crisis arose in reality, any action required for success would be authorized rather than permit the enterprise to fail," end quote. This has caused David Talbot in his book, The Devil's Chessboard, to conclude that not only was the Bay of Pigs doomed to fail, but that it was designed to fail. Excuse me. News analyst Daniel Shore, formerly of CBS and later of NPR radio, stated on the radio after attending a Bay of Pigs conference in Havana that in effect, President Kennedy was the target of a CIA covert operation that collapsed when the invasion collapsed. Excuse me. So summing up the Bay of Pigs debacle, I'm going to quote what John Newman wrote in Countdown to Darkness. It's the best summary I've read anywhere of what happened. Quote, "President Kennedy had made it clear to his subordinates that he would not, under any circumstances, commit the US military forces to action in Cuba. Yet Dulles and the chiefs did not believe their commander-in-chief. They were certain that once the Exile Brigade was pinned down and being slaughtered on the beachhead, Kennedy would have to give in. The chiefs had lied about their professional position on the CIA plan. It was a disgraceful, disloyal, and insubordinate performance," end quote. So the debacle was a major international embarrassment for the United States. And the problem was it established a pattern of intentional lying to and the withholding of key information from the chief executive in a brazen attempt to manipulate him into a course of action that everyone knew he did not endorse. This is exactly what happened between them and JFK over Vietnam in the coming 2.5 years. Lying to him about what was happening in Vietnam and withholding key information from him in an attempt to manipulate him into taking a course of action that he naturally opposed. So this one event, over 3 months in the making, destroyed almost all trust between President Kennedy and his key CIA and Pentagon advisors at the very beginning of his administration. The aftermath, I've got 2 slides here. The 2 most famous quotes that came out of Kennedy's mouth were, "I am the responsible officer of the government," and "Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan." He did not shift the blame to others, although he was inwardly furious. Furious with himself for approving it, even more furious with those who had misled him and lied to him and tried to manipulate him. As soon as he said, "I'm the responsible officer of the government," and took responsibility in public, his approval ratings went up to the mid-70%. Something like 74 or 78%. It was unbelievable that his approval went up after he made that statement. But that shows that the American people respect honesty and candor in their public officials. Now, we learned in 1966 in a New York Times article that shortly after the Bay of Pigs, JFK said, quote, he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds, end quote. That's what he said in 1961 after the Bay of Pigs fiasco. And he moved quietly to cut their budget in 62 and 3 and aimed for actually a substantial cut in their budget of 20% by 1966. Of course, he never had a chance to do that. The 3 top-level CIA officials who were in charge during the Bay of Pigs were fired. He didn't do it immediately, but they knew they were marked men. Allen Dulles was finally let go in November 61. General Charles Cabell, U.S. Air Force, was the deputy director of Central Intelligence. He was let go in January 62. And Richard Bissell, the designer of the invasion, was finally let go after a long delay in February of 62. Now, presidential aides Kenny O'Donnell and Dave Powers later wrote their own memoir, Johnny We Hardly Knew You. And in it, there's a long quote here of what Kennedy said to them about what happened. And he said to them, quote, "They were sure I'd give in to them and send the go-ahead order to the aircraft carrier Essex," he said one day to Dave Powers. "They couldn't believe that a new president like me wouldn't panic and try to save his own face. Well, they had me figured all wrong." And then, as General Douglas MacArthur remarked privately to the president, he was lucky to have learned so much about the value of his military advice from an operation like the Bay of Pigs disaster, where the strategic cost was so small. Now, here's a picture from 1955 of two of the three CIA officials JFK fired after the Bay of Pigs. On the left is DCI Allen Dulles. On the far right is Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Lieutenant General Charles Cabell. By the way, his brother was mayor of Dallas in 1963 when JFK was assassinated there. And then left of center is U.S. Air Force Colonel Ed Lansdale. He'll come up a lot during this presentation. A Dulles protege and a counterinsurgency expert. That's him at the center left when he's a colonel in the Air Force. So on aftermath slide number 2, the first quote is a very angry JFK talking to Red Fay. Red Fay was an ex-Navy buddy of JFK's. He served with him in PT boats, the PT boat service. And Red Fay wrote a book, The Pleasure of His Company, in 1966. So the first is an angry quote Kennedy made after discussing a lot of the criticism over how he handled the Bay of Pigs, saying, "I'm not going to kill innocent women and children, and I'm not going to take a chance of starting a nuclear war unless it's really necessary." So you can read that later. And then below is a much more measured quote when JFK was less angry, and this one is worth reading. Quote, "Looking back on that whole Cuban mess, one of the things that appalled me the most was the lack of broad judgment by some of the heads of the military services," said JFK. "When you think of the long competitive selection process that they have to weather to end up the #1 man of their particular service, it is certainly not unreasonable to expect that they would also be bright with good broad judgment. For years, I've been looking at those rows of ribbons and those 4 stars and conceding a certain higher qualification not obtained in civilian life. Well, if Lemnitzer and Burke are the best the services can produce, a lot more attention is going to have to be given to their advice in the future before any action is taken as a result of it. They wanted to fight and probably calculated that if we committed ourselves partway and started to lose, I would give the okay to pour in whatever was needed. I found out, among other things, that when it comes to making decisions, I want facts more than advice. I can see now why McNamara wants to get some new faces over there in the Pentagon," end quote. So Kennedy did put Chief of Naval Operations Arleigh Burke out to pasture on August 1st, 1961. Lyman Lemnitzer, his chairman of the Joint Chiefs, after a long tempestuous relationship with JFK, was finally replaced as chairman of the JCS on October 1st, 1962. Unfortunately, instead of allowing or forcing him to retire from the military, JFK put him back in Europe as the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces. More about that later. So Red Fay didn't want to mention their specific names in that paragraph in his book. He left the names blank between brackets. But I know who he was talking about, and all the historians who've studied his book know who he's talking about. He's talking about Lemnitzer and Burke. You can tell a lot about these men, not only from the minutes of National Security Council meetings and by studying cables sent, official telegrams, but just from their body language. I mean, look at Lemnitzer. You can see displayed here a certain inflexibility. And Burke, my goodness, he was chief of naval operations way too long, 3 full terms, and was pretty sure he had the answers to everything. I mean, just look at him there. He's really full of himself. Meanwhile, an unhappy Allen Dulles would hang around until late November, as I said, just waiting to be fired. And we know this is from later in 61 because Max Taylor's in the picture. Max Taylor was brought out of retirement. He had been Army Chief of Staff in the late 50s when he was forced into retirement for disagreeing with Eisenhower. Eisenhower didn't want to pay for large conventional military forces. He wanted to rely on overwhelming nuclear retaliation upon that doctrine to defend the US and to save on military expenditures. And Taylor had argued for a larger conventional army, so he had been forced into retirement and wrote a book about it. But he got back into the halls of power by agreeing to visit with JFK at Kennedy's request and do a postmortem on the Bay of Pigs. So that's why he's in this photograph. Now I've got 3 slides here on Laos, and I'll just summarize this one by saying that following the middle of March, after being pressed to send combat troops there, an unpersuaded JFK decided, well, I'll pre-position some forces in the area to try to force the Pathet Lao, the communists, to the negotiating table. Eisenhower, had told JFK he would have to introduce US combat troops into Laos to save Southeast Asia, but JFK had other plans. He wanted to pursue a diplomatic settlement leading to a coalition government, a neutral Laos. So what he did to try to force the Pathet Lao to the negotiating table was to send 3 aircraft carriers to the South China Sea, a token force of Marines, 150 combat troops into Thailand, and had 2,600 Marines. That's still a pretty small force of troops. But he had 2,600 Marines ready to deploy, based in Okinawa, ready to go under General Harkins in the event they were needed for combat operations in Laos. And he deferred any final decision on what to do about Laos until after the Bay of Pigs. Well, the Bay of Pigs was a disaster. And I'll just say here that after the Bay of Pigs, Moscow finally agreed to a ceasefire on April 24th. But the response of the Pathet Lao, the guerrilla forces in Laos, was to launch an all-out offensive to grab as much territory as they could before negotiations commenced. This created a panic in Washington and led to a series of crisis meetings between April 26th and May the 2nd. Now, this slide is all about the one meeting that was the worst meeting Walt Rostow ever saw in the Kennedy White House. The worst performance by the military in any meeting he ever attended, and the worst White House meeting he ever attended. Walt Rostow was in charge of the Southeast Asia desk at the National Security Council. He was, in effect, the assistant NSC director working under McGeorge Bundy. On April 27th, because Lemnitzer wasn't in town, he was in Laos at the time. Arleigh Burke was standing in as acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And he argued that the US would either lose Southeast Asia without a war, or we'd have to fight a long one and would be forced to use nuclear weapons. And he urged the implementation of SEATO Plan 5, major Allied troop commitments, largely American, and warned that US strategic reserves were too low to deploy enough forces to win, and that to win, we'd probably have to use nuclear weapons. And yet he still wanted to go in there. So Burke made emotional appeals. If we don't fight in Laos, where will we fight? Will we fight in Thailand, in Vietnam? Where will we fight and when? Where do we draw the line? Those were his emotional appeals that day to members of the meetings, including the congressional delegation. Now, a different tune was sung by Marine Corps Commandant Shoup and Army Chief of Staff Decker, who warned that the U.S. didn't have the ability to put more than about 1,000 troops a day and their necessary supplies into Laos. That's not very many troops per day. It's because of we had a limited airlift capability into Laos. Laos only had 2 usable airfields, and it was a landlocked country with no seaports. So, as I say here, in the event of Chinese intervention in Laos, which was one of the worries we had, the Joint Chiefs recommended seizing Hainan Island off the coast of North Vietnam. Hainan Island, where there were 3 communist Chinese combat divisions, seizing Hainan Island, deploying 250,000 troops in South Vietnam, launching assaults into Laos through North Vietnamese territory to block Chinese entry, and finally using nuclear weapons if U.S. forces were overrun. That was the Joint Chiefs' collective recommendation that day in the event the Chinese intervened. You keep hearing nuclear weapons over and over. So the overall consensus, in spite of the Pentagon advice, was to not intervene. JFK took no action and agreed that the Joint Chiefs could go back and consult with each other and submit new positions. Important new meetings were held the 29th of April and May the 1st. CNO Arleigh Burke and U.S. Air Force Vice Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay repeatedly recommended the use of nuclear weapons in Laos during the meetings in late April and early May. LeMay is not Chief of Staff of the Air Force yet, but he's been Vice Chief of Staff since 1957, and he's attending a lot of these meetings. And General White, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, is about to retire, and I think LeMay is effectively, for all practical purposes, already taken over. JFK finally says no to combat troops in Laos by simply never approving the recommendations. There was a big brainstorming session on April 29th before an NSC meeting. And as John Newman reveals in his book, JFK in Vietnam, Decker, Chief of Staff of the Army, says, we should have gone in last August in 1960. And Decker says that a conventional war in Laos was unwinnable. And if we go in, it would mean bombing Hanoi and China and perhaps using nuclear weapons. But he wanted to go in anyway. And Burke repeats the loss of Laos would require the deployment of U.S. forces to Thailand and South Vietnam, and the U.S. might have to throw in the works to win. And by that, he meant nuclear weapons. So there was unanimity now among the chiefs, including Decker, that the U.S. should intervene. They only differed on the details. So JFK, still unsure about what to do and facing a lot of pressure from his military advisors and from hawks, civilian hawks, said, okay, to the Pentagon, you can make preparations to send 2 5,000-man brigades, one into Thailand and one into Da Nang, Vietnam, in support of possible combat operations in Laos. He said, you can make preparations to do that. He never gave permission to deploy those troops. On May the 1st, JFK was shocked when he was informed that the introduction of only 10,000 troops to Southeast Asia would denude American strategic reserves needed to defend Berlin. That was shocking to him because Burke and the chiefs are recommending SEATO Plan 5. SEATO Plan 5 was talking about large numbers, between 250,000 and 500,000 troops, and that we couldn't even spare 10,000 without denuding the reserves needed to defend Berlin. So the idea was essentially dead. And in fact, I'll backtrack a little. Back on the 27th, following the worst meeting Walt Rostow ever saw in the White House, the worst performance by the military, Burke wouldn't take a non-decision for an answer, and he had written a memo demanding intervention and had taken it over to Kennedy in the White House that day on the afternoon of the 27th. And angry Kennedy said to Burke, This is settled, and threw him out of the Oval Office. Now, they had just severely quarreled a week before during the Bay of Pigs fiasco, when Burke ended up screaming at the president, shouting in his face, demanding that he land Marines to bail out the Bay of Pigs and to launch naval airstrikes to bail out the exile invasion, which would have led, of course, to complete US military commitment. So he had screamed at the president about the 19th of April. He was either the 19th or 20th, but had severely clashed with him during that time period. And then now went over with a memo in hand and demanded military intervention in Laos and got thrown out of the Oval Office. So they now had a breach that was irreparable. So JFK said to Arthur Schlesinger, the historian hired as one of his principal policy advisors, quote, "If it hadn't been for Cuba, we might be about to intervene in Laos." Waving a sheaf of cables from Lemnitzer, he said, "I might have taken this advice seriously." And then JFK also said, this time to Ted Sorensen, his speechwriter, "Thank God the Bay of Pigs happened when it did. Otherwise, we'd be in Laos by now, and that would be 100 times worse." So the end result of the bad advice Kennedy got over the Bay of Pigs and Laos was that he scolded the Joint Chiefs twice. As Jim Douglas writes, the first scolding took place in person on May 27th, 1961, when he motored over the Pentagon to do it in person on their turf. That cannot have been a pleasant experience for either him or them. The second scolding took place in a written document, NSAM 55, National Security Action Memo 55, signed personally by the president. Most NSAMs are not signed by the president. This is one of the few exceptions that was signed by him to give it special emphasis. And I'll read the operative text of this one. Quote, "I look to the chiefs to contribute dynamic and imaginative leadership in contributing to the success of the military and paramilitary aspects of Cold War programs. I expect the Joint Chiefs of Staff to present the military viewpoint in governmental councils in such a way as to assure that the military factors are clearly understood before decisions are reached. I regard them to be more than military men and expect their help in fitting military requirements into the overall context of any situation," end quote. In other words, stop coming to important meetings unprepared and stop giving me half-assed advice. That's what this memo is saying in official language. Now, these three NSAMs delivered that day were drafted in large part by Maxwell Taylor, who had been brought back into the service of government by Kennedy, as I said, to do a postmortem on the Bay of Pigs. The other two NSAMs were NSAMs 56 and 7, which, to make a long story short, placed all large paramilitary covert operations under the Pentagon now instead of the CIA. So if there was going to be another Bay of Pigs sized operation, another paramilitary invasion, whether it was overt or covert, it would now belong to the Pentagon. And the CIA would only keep small covert operations, which were totally secret and disallowable, and which were within the normal capabilities of the agency. Now, the next two slides are very busy. I'm just going to summarize them very quickly. You can freeze the picture and study them in depth if you'd like, or you can come back and revisit them later. There was a full court press on JFK, as I mentioned earlier, from May through November of 61 to commit combat troops to Vietnam. It went on incessantly. Toward the end of this full court press, he sent his personal military advisor, Kennedy did, Maxwell Taylor, and Walt Rostow of the National Security Council. He sent them over to Vietnam in October to do a study and come back and provide a report to him. He made it very clear before they departed that he did not want a recommendation for combat troops in South Vietnam. You know, Taylor wrote the written guidelines for his trip. Kennedy seriously revised those written guidelines and made it very clear that he considered the South Vietnamese responsible for their own fate, and that they could come back and recommend a lot of things, but that combat troops should not be one of them. So they came back and recommended combat troops. These two high-level officials disobeyed the president, and he was so displeased that he attempted to suppress all final copies of their report. So here's Maxwell Taylor, who disobeyed his instructions, and Walt Rostow on the right, two interventionists in South Vietnam, insisting that the U.S. deploy combat troops. Their report recommended that we introduce 8,000 combat troops under cover of flood relief. So there would be a fig leaf to justify it. But this was the foot in the door approach, which the Joint Chiefs had been discussing for months. Let's just get our foot in the door, and later it'll be impossible for the United States to withdraw or for the president to change his mind. Kennedy was very unhappy. He was so unhappy that he clashed with Lemnitzer in an important meeting on November 15th. And as the minutes of the NSC Security Council meeting reveal, quote, Kennedy asked, how could Lemnitzer justify the proposed courses of action in Vietnam while at the same time ignoring Cuba? General Lemnitzer hastened to add that the JCS feel that even at this point, the United States should go into Cuba, end quote. As John Newman has written, quote, for Kennedy, Saigon was no Berlin. It illuminates the degree to which the president had become isolated from the Cold Warriors demanding a similar commitment to Vietnam. It is also a reminder of the lingering mutual animosity and grudges that sprang from the debacle in Cuba, end quote. Now, a major NSAM was signed out on November 22nd, 1961, NSAM 111. It ended up being JFK's final policy position on Vietnam for the years 61, 62, and most of 63. And what it did is it provided no combat troops for Vietnam, in spite of the Taylor-Rostow recommendation, and no guarantees to save South Vietnam from communism. It did offer a significant increase in American advisors and equipment, and that increase did take place rapidly in 1962. Many more advisors and equipment. So when the Eisenhower presidency ended, there were less than 1,000 advisors, and by the end of 63, there were a little over 16,000, but still no combat troops. John Newman has written, quote, Kennedy turned down combat troops not when the decision was clouded by ambiguities, but when the battle was unequivocally desperate, when all concerned agreed that Vietnam's fate hung in the balance, and when his principal advisors told him that vital U.S. interests in the region and in the world were at stake, end quote. So beginning on November 26th and continuing through a 4-day period, we have the Thanksgiving Day massacre, where Kennedy made numerous personnel changes on the NSC staff, in the State Department, and in the CIA. A major reshuffle which removed hawks from positions he did not any longer want them in, and blunting their influence by placing them in less important positions. That included Walt Rostow being removed from the NSC and put in the State Department, and it involved internal shuffles within the State Department, putting hawks in less influential positions and putting others who didn't support combat troops in Vietnam in more important positions. Now, on November 27th, 1961, JFK chaired a meeting at which he invited those hawks who had particularly annoyed him throughout the year, including Lemnitzer, Taylor, Lansdale, Rostow, Dean Rusk, U. Alexis Johnson, the Bundy brothers, and last but not least, Allen Dulles on his last day as CIA director. McGeorge Bundy was his National Security Council, National Security Advisor, and William Bundy had a position as one of the Assistant Secretaries of Defense. They were both hawks. So JFK unloaded his frustrations over the lack of support for his Vietnam policy, which clearly was that it was primarily the people of South Vietnam who were responsible for their fate, not the United States. He said, quote, "When policy is decided on, people on the spot must support it or get out." He ordered that there be, quote, "wholehearted support," end quote, for his decisions. When JFK asked who at the Defense Department would be responsible for carrying out his Vietnam policy, Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara loyally said, "myself and L." Now, L meant Lemnitzer, but Kennedy didn't value his judgment at this point and wasn't really listening to him much anymore. McNamara knew this, and so it really meant McNamara saying, "I will. I'll implement your policy." And although McNamara had been an early interventionist, he supported JFK's position throughout 62 and 3, which was no combat troops. And throughout 1963, from April through November, McNamara supported JFK's withdrawal plans. He was very loyal to JFK's withdrawal plans to pull out of Vietnam. Now, we've all been critical, almost all of us, of McNamara's performance under LBJ, where he flipped and decided to support the introduction of combat troops. But in 62 and 63, he was very loyal to John F. Kennedy. So I've got 5 slides here in Berlin. John Newman covered this extensively in his presentation. And so I'm just going to summarize 1 or 2 points on each slide and keep moving here. Because of the Bay of Pigs and the weakness Khrushchev felt Kennedy had displayed by not bailing out the exile invasion with US power, he decided to ambush Kennedy at the Vienna summit in June. That's where Khrushchev declared his intent to sign a peace treaty with the Soviet occupied portion of Germany, which was East Germany. That's the Soviet occupation zone. Declare a peace treaty with them, thus recognize them as an independent state. And by doing so, he would accomplish 2 objectives. The first one was he would ensure that Germany would never become a reunited state again. And number 2, as he told Kennedy, Western access rights to the city of West Berlin will be terminated. The access rights of the French, the British, and the Americans to West Berlin, which is, 110 miles inside the borders of East Germany. Your rights will be terminated. Too bad. So this is what the Soviets were afraid of. They were afraid that the Western powers would eventually support the unification of Germany back into one country, and that the Western powers would rearm Germany with nuclear weapons. They were terrified of that possibility. Plus, there was a brain drain going on of by the summer of 63, over 1,000 people a day, some days over 1,500 people from the Eastern Bloc, and especially from East Germany, leaving the Eastern Bloc through the checkpoints in Berlin, walking over the line to West Berlin, and then moving into West Germany. So he had to stop the brain drain, or East Germany would not much longer be viable as a society or as a nation. So here are 2 pictures from the Vienna summit. Kennedy looking, quite frankly, ill at ease. Khrushchev looking like he's in the catbird seat, like he's in full control. And I think the pictures speak for themselves. Kennedy admitted afterwards to insiders that it was the worst thing in his life, and he felt like he got beat up. And he really wasn't prepared for the brutality Khrushchev displayed. He had been warned of it by de Gaulle, but he wasn't really prepared for that. He thought he could have a rational discussion with Khrushchev, and of course, Khrushchev played the bully at this conference and threatened war if he didn't get his way. So, during the conference, Khrushchev had told Kennedy, "I want peace, but if you want war, that's your problem." And Kennedy, in a much more rational frame of mind, a cooler tone of voice, said, "Well, it is you that are desiring a great change, not I." He said, "It'll be a cold winter." So that was the kind of fireworks they exchanged the second day of the Vienna summit. The second day of the Vienna summit discussing Berlin. So moving on here, Kennedy came home and on June the 6th, made a reassuring speech to the nation about the summit, trying to explain that he made clear to Khrushchev that the West was very serious about our access rights to West Berlin and that they're not based on sufferance, that we're determined to maintain those rights at any risk. He then established an ad hoc committee. He was fond of ad hoc interdepartmental coordinating committees. It included Secretary of State Rusk, McNamara, Paul Nitze, there's that name again, author of NSC 68, and former Secretary of State Dean Acheson, there's that name again. The hawk of all hawks, Dean Acheson, invited by Kennedy. And at this time, Nitze's, he's got a position as an Assistant Secretary of Defense. He's no longer with State. So Acheson dominates these discussions for the next month and a half. And he issues a report on June 28th and strongly recommends that JFK declare a national emergency and prepare for a conventional war by openly and rapidly increasing our forces in Europe, and by preparing for nuclear war publicly to show the Soviets were serious. So he not only viewed the Berlin problem as international chicken, but he thought we should be able to be willing to go to war there if necessary, and should do so. JFK sent a very strong signal to the USSR on June 30th when he promoted the bellicose U.S. Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, General Curtis LeMay, to become the new Air Force Chief of Staff. And here's a picture from the Kennedy Library of the swearing in on June 30th. As I write here, because of his combat record and his lethal administration of SAC during the 1950s, JFK felt LeMay was the right man to lead the Air Force during the Berlin crisis. The trouble is that at the time this photo was taken, LeMay had already described Kennedy as a coward in a background interview with journalist Fletcher Nebel, who then co-authored the book 7 Days in May, the best-selling novel about an attempted military coup in the United States. That's how disturbed Nebel was about the rumors of friction between JFK and the military leadership following the Bay of Pigs and the Laos debacles. That's how disturbed he was after the way LeMay described Kennedy as a coward while he was Vice Chief of Staff. That was rank disloyalty. So as we continue here, what Kennedy and McNamara were able to do was create 6 additional Army divisions and 2 additional Marine divisions within the United States without having to deploy them to Europe, and thus scaring the hell out of everybody, including the European countries they would be housed in, the American public, and without looking like we were engaging in extreme escalation. So we sent responsible signals that, yes, we're creating 6 new Army divisions and 2 additional Marine divisions here at home for deployment in case we need to deploy them. Both sides of the Berlin problem, increased military spending during the summer in a game of one-upsmanship. And the US did eventually call up 90,000 Air Force and Navy reservists. They were called on active duty and deployed to Europe, but the 6 new Army divisions and 2 additional Marine divisions were kept in the continental US ready to go on a moment's notice. Kennedy thought sending him over there would actually escalate the crisis more than he wanted to. He didn't want to escalate it. So Kennedy made a major foreign policy speech about Berlin on July 25th. There are 3 famous quotes that come out of the speech. The first one is, "The NATO shield was long ago extended to cover West Berlin, and we have given our word that an attack upon that city will be regarded as an attack upon us all." Here's another quote. "Above all, it has now become, as never before, the great testing place of Western courage and will," end quote. And then finally, quote, "We cannot and will not permit the communists to drive us out of Berlin, either gradually or by force," end quote. Now, as John Newman discussed in his lecture on August 13th, the East Germans, with Soviet permission and encouragement, began erecting the long planned for Berlin Wall. First with barbed wire, and then with concrete blocks, and then with minefields, and a double set of walls filled with a minefield in between the walls, and guard towers and orders to shoot, things like that. This certainly did solve the brain drain problem, excuse me. The brain drain came to an abrupt stop. The number of people escaping from East Berlin into West Berlin dropped to almost 0. And as JFK privately remarked, "It's not a very nice solution, but a wall is a hell of a lot better than a war." Conservatives in the US blamed Kennedy for not tearing down the wall. But the wall was built on East German territory, the territory of specifically of the East Berlin, the city of East Berlin. It was built on their territory, and to do so would have commenced conventional hostilities, conventional war. And Kennedy wasn't about to do that, because the numbers of Red Army troops in and around Berlin and East German troops in and around Berlin greatly exceeded the numbers of Allied troops inside West Berlin. And the numbers of Red Army troops in East Germany greatly exceeded the numbers of NATO troops in West Germany. So he didn't want to start that kind of a conventional war because it would have required us to use nuclear weapons. And that's the last thing he wanted to do. So here are pictures from the speech and the famous quote, "We cannot and will not permit the communists to drive us out of Berlin, either gradually or by force." So he gave the speech. He tried to strike a determined but sober tone without escalating the crisis. And I think he succeeded. And history has shown that he did succeed. So on August 18th, JFK sent a symbolic military resupply convoy of about 1,600 men on the Autobahn through 110 miles of East German territory from West Germany into West Berlin. After a couple of pro forma delays, space-saving delays for the East Germans, the convoy was allowed to go through and was met in West Berlin by Vice President Johnson and former General Lucius Clay, who was recalled by Kennedy to be his special representative in Berlin during the crisis. The West Germans liked General Clay because he'd been a tough guy in 1948 when he was military governor and when Stalin had blockaded ground access to Berlin. So ominously, with Berlin as the backdrop, the USSR announced on August 30th that it would drop the voluntary moratorium on nuclear testing that it had begun in March 1958. They had begun the moratorium, and it had later been joined in October by Eisenhower. And since that time, nuclear tests in the atmosphere of the planet between the two superpowers had stopped. So they announced they were going to abandon the moratorium. They're upping the ante and trying to scare the West. So JFK's private response was an impassioned expletive, which I won't read here. And he reluctantly followed suit and broke the US moratorium in late April 1962, after which we did over 100 tests. In the ensuing year, we did over 100 tests. But he delayed quite a while. He didn't break our moratorium after the Soviets did in August. He waited until the pressure on him was considerable and until he really had no choice politically. Now, because there were great fears of a conventional war breaking out over Berlin and then escalating to nuclear war, there were discussions between Bob McNamara at Defense and General Norstad in the fall of '61, and even between Kennedy and Norstad. And the problem with General Norstad is he was operating almost as a potentate in Europe. He had been the supreme Allied commander of the NATO forces in Europe. He had been SACEUR for over 5 years. And he felt it was his prerogative to use nuclear weapons if and when the situation dictated, and that he would escalate to their use when required and didn't need to seek anybody's permission. Well, this really disturbed McNamara a lot. And so in a 2004 video interview, McNamara said, quote, "The stated NATO policy and the stated US policy with respect to nuclear weapons was that we would initiate their use in the event of some conventional military force action by the Soviets or Warsaw Pact against the West." Of course, he's talking about pertaining to West Berlin. "I said to the president, quote, Mr. President, this is the US stated policy. This is the stated NATO policy, but never, never, never follow that," end quote. "The stated nuclear policy of the US was wrong, and it's wrong today," he said in 2004. So he was very concerned about Norstad's finger being on the nuclear trigger, which didn't seem to bother Norstad at all. This belief that we could use tactical nuclear weapons against Soviet soldiers and not stimulate a general nuclear war. Now, as John Newman mentioned earlier, on October 25th, a tense standoff between Soviet and American tanks took place before the eyes of the world at Checkpoint Charlie. And as Newman pointed out, this was brought under control behind the scenes by JFK and Khrushchev working through intermediaries. But on this one day and into the next day, it was very scary. And the world thought we were going to have a conventional war start between the Russians and Americans inside Berlin, and then it would quickly escalate to nuclear war. It turns out to have been a threat display, an exercise in contrived theatricality, as one author has called it. But if it had not been successfully managed behind the scenes, conventional warfare could easily have erupted, and that could quickly have escalated into nuclear war. So here's a picture of McNamara and his antagonist on this issue of use of nukes to defend Berlin and West Germany, Lawrence Norstad. McNamara and Rusk met together with Norstad at one point that fall, and they were treated very rudely by him. This man had a tremendous ego and tremendous authority in the field. And he essentially told them, well, this interview is terminated. But McNamara got up and walked out of the room and slammed the door as loud as he could. So McNamara and Kennedy were becoming increasingly aware in the fall of '61 that they didn't necessarily have full control over the nuclear arsenal. And they found this extremely disturbing. And of course it was. So here's JFK consulting that fall with Norstad and Lemnitzer. So just prior, 4 days prior to the tank standoff in Berlin at Checkpoint Charlie, 4 days before that, on October 21st, 1961, Deputy Secretary of Defense, the #2 man, Roswell Gilpatrick, was authorized to give a major speech announcing to the world, which means to the Soviets, that there is a missile gap and there is a bomber gap, but it's not in the Russians' favor. It's in America's favor. And Kennedy had not intended it to be provocative or escalatory. He had intended it to be sobering, to let the Russians know that you don't dare start a war over Berlin because it'll have the most dire consequences for you. So in the speech, I think the key line is that Gilpatrick says, quote, "In short, we have a second strike capability, which is at least as extensive as what the Soviets can deliver by striking first," end quote. So in the speech, he cites numbers of heavy bombers and superior numbers of US missiles, and et cetera, et cetera. And it unintentionally did have an escalatory effect on the Russians because it seriously influenced their behavior throughout 1962 and led to the Soviets placing missiles in Cuba to try to redress this imbalance that Gilpatrick went public about. The Soviets always suspected this was the case, but he removed any doubt. And it was actually much worse. The imbalance was much worse than he said in the speech. He mentioned 600 heavy long-range bombers. We really had 1,500 bombers that could deliver nuclear weapons inside Russia. He only mentioned the heavy bombers, the B-52s. We also had almost 900 B-47s and over 70 B-58s. And so our total was really almost 1,500. He just mentioned the heavy bombers. And of course, we had in-flight refueling. The Soviets didn't have nearly that many bombers and no in-flight refueling, so they had no means of, their intercontinental ballistic missiles were very few in number and were not reliable yet. And the reason we finally made this speech is that our continued surveillance of the Soviet Union by the Corona satellites had continued. It began, you know, in August of 1960 with the first pictures sent back from outer space, literally sent back by film in a return satellite vehicle, reentry vehicle, did not detect any missile launching sites at all in August 60. But in the summer of 61, the photographs revealed that they have almost no launching sites, only 2, I think, launch sites for nuclear missiles, and they have very few missiles. So this gave us the confidence to make this speech. And we went public with it, and it scared the hell out of the Soviets. Now, after this speech, and as the curtain rang down on the year, Khrushchev stopped talking about a deadline for signing a peace treaty with East Germany. He suddenly stopped mentioning that in his speeches to the communist world. So that was a signal that he no longer put a deadline on it, and he was still talking the talk, but he wasn't walking the walk anymore. And what he did instead was try to scare the hell out of everybody. So he responds to the Gilpatrick speech with a massive nuclear test that he had actually ordered before Gilpatrick's speech, but the response came after the speech. So to the world, it looked like a response, a direct response to the speech. And it was the Tsar bomb, the Tsar Bomba, he called it. The Soviets have been working on a massive thermonuclear hydrogen bomb of 100 megatons in yield, working on it since 1956. But because they imposed a moratorium on testing in early 58, they never tested the weapon. So he ordered during the Berlin crisis to go ahead and test the weapon, test the 100 megaton bomb. And then he was advised, well, we really shouldn't do that, Mr. Chairman. There'll be too much nuclear fallout if we do the full Monty, 100 megatons. Let's make it 50 megatons. That way we won't have as much nuclear fallout descending on our own citizens. So he said, okay, 50 megatons. So that was the plan. This was still a massive weapon, bigger than any hydrogen bomb test we had conducted. The largest hydrogen bomb test we ever conducted was 15 megatons, 15. This was going to be 50. And it was going to be 1,570 times more powerful than the 2 atomic bombs dropped on Japan combined. 1,570 times more powerful than those 2 bombs combined. That's how dangerous hydrogen bombs are. Here we go. Here's a picture of the bomb casing for the Tsar bomb. Even though the Soviets thought they were lowering its yield to 50 megatons, we were surveilling it closely, and we estimated afterwards that the actual yield was much higher. It was 57 to 58 megatons. This was a serious concern at this time with the testing of hydrogen bombs. There were many different designs. Each one was new and experimental, each new design. And one of our own nuclear bomb tests, called Castle Bravo, in 1954 had scared the hell out of us, because it ended up being 2.5 times more powerful than we had estimated it would be. So we have these nuclear physicists acting like the Sorcerer's Apprentice in the cartoon, playing with things they don't fully understand and creating weapons that are much more powerful than they intended on some occasions. It's really a scary situation to look back on. Now here are some very disturbing images for you. This is a photograph of the Tsar Bomba mushroom cloud, taken from 100 miles away. Think about what that means. This is taken from an airplane 100 miles away from the explosion, as the mushroom cloud goes up well above the stratosphere. And then the Soviets found out the hard way, through the destruction of all the buildings at their nearby test site, that the total destructive blast radius from this weapon was 35 kilometers. Now that's the blast radius that destroyed every building, including cement buildings. The blast diameter was 70 kilometers. So on this diagram on the right is a 70-kilometer blast diameter imposed over the city of Paris. That's the area in which every concrete building would have been destroyed if this bomb had been dropped on Paris. Pretty frightening stuff. They wanted to scare the hell out of the world, and they did. Never mind, it was too big to put on a rocket. They didn't have any rocket that could carry a weapon that heavy, but they could put it on a heavy bomber that was specially modified. That bomber never would have reached the United States. None of their heavy bombers would in this period. They never would have made it, but they could have destroyed European cities, that's for sure. So nuclear war and worldwide destruction was a distinct possibility during JFK's presidency. He was briefed on the Single Integrated Operational Plan, the SIOP, for the first time on July 20th, 1961, in the middle of the Berlin crisis, 5 days before he gave his big speech. And this nuclear war plan was called SIOP 62. This was given by what they called the Net Evaluation Subcommittee of the National Security Council. And the briefing was given by a military officer who was in charge of the Net Evaluation Subcommittee. And this plan had been several years in the making by the US Air Force. And McGeorge Bundy later wrote that it was a massive, total, comprehensive, obliterating strategic attack on everything red. It called for the overwhelming destruction of all communist bloc nations, not just the Soviet Union, but little Albania, North Korea, North Vietnam, and China, even though China didn't have any nuclear weapons yet. There were no holdback provisions in the plan where the president could say, okay, we're going to a nuclear war, but I want you to hold back part of the attack. There's no authorized way to do that at this time. The plan was Wagnerian, orgiastic, and genocidal, and it offered no flexibility. During the briefing, now listen to this, Kennedy was presented with a plan for a nuclear surprise attack on the Soviet Union, a first strike by the United States. Quote, in late 1963, preceded by a period of heightened tensions, end quote. This is in the meeting minutes, the NSC minutes of the meeting, which were declassified finally in 1994. And a very famous article was written about that by James K. Galbraith and his co-author. JFK, shocked and disgusted, dramatically got up and walked out in the middle of the briefing, saying to Dean Rusk afterwards, and we call ourselves the human race. He would receive another PSYOP briefing in September of 1963, which I'll talk about later. He reacted very differently on that occasion. He did not get up and walk out of the meeting. He went toe-to-toe with the briefer and had a long discussion about it and pushed back against the recommendation he got in 63. This was his reaction in 61. Now let's talk about the Curtis LeMay problem. Robert McNamara said in a 2003 video interview in the movie Fog of War, LeMay believed that ultimately we were going to have to confront these people, the USSR, in a conflict with nuclear weapons. And by God, we'd better do it when we have greater superiority than we will have in the future, end quote. Now, LeMay and McNamara did not get along at all. Part of the reason may have been that during World War II, McNamara was a statistician working for LeMay and followed him from Europe over to the Marianas when the firebombing campaign of Japan was launched in late 44, and then especially in great force in the spring of 45. And so he was once working for LeMay, and now the roles are reversed, and he's LeMay's superior as Secretary of Defense. So that may be one reason they didn't get along. Author David Talbot wrote in his book Brothers that LeMay predicted at a Washington, D.C. cocktail party in July 61 that nuclear war was inevitable and would break out by the end of the year, and that Washington, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Detroit would be incinerated, as well as most Soviet cities. Can you believe it? This is the month after he's sworn in as Air Force Chief of Staff, and he's saying this at cocktail parties, intentionally scaring the hell out of his social companions, apparently, and apparently delighting in it. Otherwise, why would he bring up the subject? Now, I got a very busy slide here about Curtis LeMay. I really hope you can all find the time to read every word in it. Much of this information comes from the book Dark Sun by Richard Rhodes. Dark Sun is all about two subjects. Number one, the technical development of the hydrogen bomb, how it was different from the fission bomb, the atomic bomb, and why it was so much more powerful, how it was developed, and the politics around developing it, who favored it, who opposed it. It's also a lot about SAC and Curtis LeMay in the 1950s, when LeMay turned the Strategic Air Command into the world's most lethal killing machine ever devised by man. So LeMay was a driven personality who considered that America was already at war with the USSR, and he drilled that mentality into his subordinates at SAC. And Richard Rhodes makes clear that as head of SAC, LeMay repeatedly ordered provocative overflights and incursions into Soviet airspace in an attempt to provoke World War III, something he openly admitted to others. And he was hoping that an overreaction by the USSR would permit SAC to launch a preemptive strike. That was what he hoped for throughout the 1950s. And his philosophy was always to deliver a Sunday punch, an overwhelming offensive attack of more than 80% of his weapons in one big blow that would go on without stop for 3 days. And he expressed seeming regret, poignant regret, in his memoirs that the US had failed to eliminate the Soviet Union in the early to mid 50s, when SAC could have done so, according to LeMay, without any losses except those due to normal flight accidents. His chief of staff at SAC and his self-appointed successor was General Tommy Power, a man that LeMay himself later described as not stable and as a sadist. He made LeMay look like a nice guy. But Kennedy, after meeting with LeMay, would often have a kind of fit and would say to an aide, I don't want that man near me again. Of course, he still had to meet with him from time to time. And part of the language in Kennedy's peace speech was even specifically inserted by JFK to counter what LeMay had said in a speech. And then I talk again here about 7 Days in May and how LeMay was the inspiration for that novel. Happy together, as the song goes? No. The commander-in-chief's meeting with the Air Force Chief of Staff and the new commander of SAC, Tommy Power, during his presidency. They're all making nice for the camera here at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, but they seriously clashed during the missile crisis, these three men. We'll talk about that later. Okay, this is my last slide for 1961. It's very important. I want you to understand that during this year, there was a standoff, which I characterize as mutual distrust between JFK and the national security establishment. Now, by the end of 62, by the end of the following year, the relations could be characterized by mutual contempt. But at the end of 61, it was mutual distrust, and I want you to understand how they felt about each other. The first item here, how many military flag officers viewed JFK as weak and indecisive, unable to make up his mind. They viewed Kennedy as fond of delaying tactics when he couldn't make up his mind, fond of ad hoc committees, requests for additional studies. They viewed JFK as afraid to confront communism on the battlefield. And they viewed him as squeamish about the prospect of nuclear war, which many of them viewed as inevitable. How did he view the military senior leadership? As dishonest. They had lied to him when assessing the Bay of Pigs and tried to manipulate him. They were too willing to commit troops into combat situations without adequate staff studies and without considering the big picture. For example, if we go to war in Cuba or Southeast Asia, what effect will it have on our ability to defend Berlin? They were never thinking in those terms. Too many of the senior military leadership, he felt, were empty shells hiding behind their ribbons and the stars on their uniforms and the scrambled eggs on their hats. They lacked critical thinking, they lacked a broad viewpoint of the world, and they lacked nuance when considering or formulating national policy, which bothered him very much. Now, his view of the CIA covert operators, not only Dulles and Bissell, but many of the people under them who had been involved in the Bay of Pigs planning and other people like Sam Halpern and William Harvey, was that they were dishonest. The leadership had all lied to him about the prospects of success for the Bay of Pigs. They weren't worth a damn as far as he was concerned when it came to covert operations. And as we know, he thought the CIA should be splintered into 1,000 pieces. Now, the view of the covert operators at the CIA of Kennedy was very wary. They knew that as a federal agency, they were now in the bullseye, as Kennedy had said to McCone in November 61. They knew that their many years of accountability to anyone were over. And the hawks all throughout government, especially the State Department and NSC, their attitude toward Kennedy and his toward them was one of mutual frustration and impatience. Now, Robert Dallek has summarized the mutual lack of respect between JFK and his chiefs with 3 quotes from his 2013 Atlantic article called JFK versus the Military. The first one, the first thing I'm going to tell my successor is to watch the generals and to avoid feeling that just because they were military men, their opinion on military matters was worth a damn. That's a pretty strong statement. There's an even stronger one. These SOBs with all their fruit salad just sat there nodding during the Bay of Pigs meetings, saying it would all work. Now listen to this one. Lyman Lemnitzer unfairly had compared JFK to Eisenhower. Quote, here was a president who had no military experience at all, sort of a patrol boat skipper from World War II, end quote. How ridiculous is that? Eisenhower was a five-star general at the end of World War II, a general of the army and the supreme allied commander for the Normandy invasion. How can you compare anybody to Eisenhower? Lemnitzer himself and Arleigh Burke himself were once junior officers, just like Jack Kennedy. He didn't stay in the military, so he never became a senior officer. They stayed in the military and became senior officers, but it's not fair to compare someone who's a junior officer in 1943 and 44 with a man who became a five-star general. That's an unfair comparison on the surface. And additionally, John Newman has written that Lemnitzer, quote, deplored the tendency of the US government to waste time quibbling over policy, end quote. Well, that's a profoundly unconstitutional point of view. We're supposed to have a military that's under civilian control in this country. This reflects a lack of respect for civilian control of the military. So Dalek wrote, quote, the clash with Arleigh Burke, the tensions over nuclear war planning, and the bumbling at the Bay of Pigs convinced Kennedy that a primary task of his presidency was to bring the military under control, end quote. Nicely put. Okay, this ends 1961, and I'll begin part two. Just a second. Okay, this is my summary slide for the year 1962. It's a crucial year in JFK's presidency and an alarming year. And so we're going to read through this together. It's very important. In 1962, JFK's conflict with his military leadership escalated to alarming levels. And the US and USSR flirted with nuclear apocalypse during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, JCS Chairman Lyman Lemnitzer, working together with the operations officer for the Mongoose Project, Major General Edward G. Lansdale, proposed a series of disturbing pretexts for war with Cuba that were designed to be the public justification for an overwhelming US military invasion to overthrow Castro and institute regime change in Cuba. Mongoose, which was initiated on November 30th, 1961, was the Kennedy brothers program to promote economic warfare, sabotage, and propaganda actions against Cuba in an attempt to stimulate regime change. The only thing ruled out was a US invasion. Behind JFK's back, Lemnitzer got Lansdale to request that the Joint Staff develop a policy statement on Cuba and pretexts for a US invasion. They worked together on this project from mid-January through mid-March 1962. On paper, it looked like the whole thing originated with Lansdale, but it was a joint effort, wholly supported and probably initiated by Lemnitzer himself. Lemnitzer and the chiefs heartily endorsed the many proposed pretexts for invasion of Cuba and forwarded them to Secretary of Defense McNamara on March 13th, 1962. The name of the file was Operation Northwoods. As John Newman has written, quote, from the very beginning, Lemnitzer had been using Kennedy's point man, General Lansdale, to turn Operation Mongoose into Operation Northwoods. Lansdale had become a stalking horse for Lemnitzer, end quote. Now, JFK unequivocally rejected the idea of pretexts for war and also rejected once again the concept of a US invasion of Cuba in a seminal March 16, 1962 meeting with Lemnitzer, Lansdale, and others. On April 10th, 1962, in an act of unparalleled insubordination, Lemnitzer and the Joint Chiefs recommended to the Secretary of Defense that the United States invade Cuba anyway, without using pretexts to justify the action, and did so in extremely strong language that was apocalyptic in nature, in what amounted to a scolding leveled at SecDef and the president, which adopted the tone of an ultimatum. Now, Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles, MRBMs, were discovered in Cuba during a U-2 surveillance flight on October 14th, 1962. And the ensuing Cuban Missile Crisis from October 16th through the 28th brought the United States and the Soviet Union to the brink of nuclear war. Although JFK resolved the crisis through diplomacy, he clashed seriously with the chiefs, who insisted that the United States launch massive airstrikes against Cuba and follow with a full-scale invasion. The consensus of the Joint Chiefs afterward was that JFK had failed in his duty, and they accused him to his face of what amounted to weakness and cowardice, of losing. Now, here are the two collaborators on the Northwood scheme. The Northwood scheme to use pretexts to justify a U.S. invasion of Cuba. Lemnitzer had been chairman of the Joint Chiefs since 1960. Ed Lansdale, his favorite sandbox was Vietnam. Kennedy had originally promised him the ambassadorship and had withdrawn that offer once Dean Rusk made it known that he would resign if Kennedy did that. Lansdale was a CIA operative in uniform. Dulles was his sponsor during the 1950s, so Rusk wouldn't have that. So Lansdale then began to advocate for combat troops in Vietnam. And when that was shot down with NSAM 111 on November 22nd, 61, Kennedy gave him a new sandbox to play in, which was Cuba. And he was appointed operations officer for the Cuba group. Every time the Cuba group met, it was a meeting of the special group augmented of the National Security Council. And Lansdale was the driving force of the specific plans and operations that were being proposed. Now, the Northwoods file was discovered and declassified by the ARRB, the organization for which I worked for 3 years. I'm proud to have been part of the discovery and the declassification of this seminal package of documents. On January 17th, 1962, Lansdale requested a policy statement on Cuba from the Joint Staff Planners in the Pentagon. General Craig, Lemnitzer's chief of covert action on the Joint Staff and the author of the Pretexts for War in the Northwoods papers, responded on February 2nd, 62, with the policy statement that Lansdale had requested. The Soviets could establish land, sea, or air bases in Cuba. More ominously, the Soviets could provide Castro with a number of ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads, or they could furnish the missiles and maintain joint control of the nuclear warheads. Now, the Joint Staff above was either unusually prescient or it had advanced knowledge of what the Soviets were considering doing, which the current historical record concludes was not formally considered by the Soviet government at Khrushchev's request until May of 1962, and not finally approved until June 10th. But as I say, if you read the part in red above, this suggests that they had early knowledge of this. And Dr. John Newman is looking into this. And he'll be discussing what some of these indicators are in volume 4 of his book. The policy statement continued. The Department of Defense holds that the communist regime in Cuba is incompatible with the minimum security requirements of the Western Hemisphere. Now, on February 5th, 1962, Lansdale requested in writing that the Joint Staff prepare pretexts for the invasion of Cuba. This tasking put into motion the invasion plan that Lemnitzer and Lansdale had cooked up together. On March 9th, 1962, more than a month later, the Joint Staff, under General Craig, sent the whole kit and caboodle a long shopping list of imaginative pretexts for war designed to justify a U.S. invasion of Cuba to the Joint Chiefs of Staff for consideration. The list had been over 1 month in the making. On March 13th, 62, this is the key date, the Joint Chiefs of Staff sent the entire package by cover letter signed personally by General Lyman Lemnitzer to the Secretary of Defense. It was a top secret, special handling, no foreign memorandum titled Justification for U.S. Military Intervention in Cuba. The code name for the entire operation was Northwoods. Now, here are the specific pretexts for war that you'll find in the Northwoods papers. These are shocking and appalling. I've paraphrased all of them except one, which I quoted verbatim. First, fake a Cuban attack on the US base at Guantanamo Bay and blame it on Castro's forces. This would have used friendly Cubans, probably people who had already emigrated to the US in Cuban uniforms, pretending that they were attacking the base and then being captured and interrogated and photographed to produce the fake evidence. The next one, a fake Remember the Maine incident could be engineered in which a US ship could be blown up and sunk in Guantanamo Bay and blamed on Castro. Now remember, the battleship Maine blew up from some mysterious explosion in 1898 in Havana Harbor. And the yellow press and the right wingers in the United States blamed it on a bomb planted on the ship's hull by the Cuban government, but that was never proven. And in fact, later Hyman Rickover, Navy Admiral, did a study, and he thought that the ship self-exploded for reasons of its own, that there was a fire in the coal bunker. And the coal bunker, coal was the fuel, was right next to the ammunition magazine. So he thinks that none of the Cubans did this to the Maine. That's what he thought when he wrote his study. But they wanted to blow up and sink a ship in Guantanamo Bay with great publicity and blame it on Castro, which would become a casus belli for another war in Cuba, just like the Maine was when the Maine blew up in 1898. That started the Spanish-American War. Here I'll quote verbatim. We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, or even in Washington. The terror campaign could be pointed at the Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida, real or simulated. We could foster attempts on the lives of Cuban refugees in the United States, even to the extent of wounding in instances to be widely publicized, end quote. In addition, quote, a few plastic bombs, end quote, could be exploded, quote, in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents and the release of prepared documents substantiating Cuban involvement would also be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government, end quote. That's rather heartless. A US fighter jet, like an F-86, could be painted to look like a Russian MiG and could simulate an attack on a real US airliner filled with passengers. Now, how stupid is this? Any one photograph of the so-called MiG conducting its so-called attack on the airliner, if developed and released publicly by one of the passengers, would have revealed that it was not really a Russian MiG. It would have been revealed as an F-86. and the whole scheme would have blown up in their faces. The next one's even more outlandish and more James Bondish. A real commercial airliner turned into a drone without passengers on board could be flown on autopilot after leaving its secret base in Florida, Eglin Field, and could be blown up by a bomb over Cuba after playing a tape-recorded broadcast from on board the airplane, during which the so-called pilots were heard describing a so-called attack by Cuban MiG fighters. Well, they could destroy an airplane in the middle of the air, and they could have a tape recording of the so-called broadcast, but there wouldn't have been any bodies in the wreckage. So I don't think this idea was very smart either. It wouldn't ultimately have fooled anybody. A 2 or 3 day inspection of the crash site would have revealed no bodies, and it would have been revealed as an elaborate hoax by the United States. And finally, a submarine could deposit at sea parts from a destroyed US fighter plane, which had been supposedly shot down by Cuban MiG fighter planes. This hoax would be supported by actual aircraft flying at low altitude and transmitting false radio messages simulating an attack prior to the submarine depositing the debris at sea. So this is what you'll find in the Northwoods papers. Going down to the middle of this slide, John Newman wrote, quote, "The founding fathers of the American Republic would have been outraged. They probably turned over in their graves at the moral depravity of General Lemnitzer and those chiefs who agreed with his Northwoods recommendations," end quote. He then added, speaking as a former Army officer, quote, "General Lemnitzer betrayed his country and his oath of office to protect and defend its Constitution," end quote. Here's my own assessment. The Allies convicted and executed Nazi generals and former Nazi government officials at Nuremberg following World War II for, quote, "conspiracy to commit aggressive war," end quote. The Northwoods scheme was nothing less. It was conspiracy to commit aggressive war. JFK rejected Northwoods. We don't have a written response from Robert McNamara to the chief's memo of March 13th, but we do have the minutes of a meeting held on March 16th. And the minutes of that meeting were written by Ed Lansdale himself, and they were not declassified until March 2005. David Talbot wrote about this in his book, Brothers. So 3 days after Lemnitzer signed and submitted his Northwoods memo to McNamara, JFK rejected the concept of pretexts justifying a US invasion of Cuba. Present at the meeting were Maxwell Taylor, Lyman Lemnitzer, Ed Lansdale, McGeorge Bundy, and CIA Director McCone. And Lansdale, held forth during the meeting, quote, "We must be ready to intervene with US forces if necessary," end quote. JFK responded immediately by asking negatively that the group wasn't proposing that he authorize military intervention, was it? "No," Taylor rushed to reassure him. But Lemnitzer couldn't restrain himself, Talbot wrote, and ran Northwoods up the flagpole by saying that the Joint Chiefs, quote, "had plans for creating plausible pretexts to use force against Cuba, with the pretext either attacks on US aircraft or a Cuban action in Latin America for which we would retaliate," end quote. Talbot writes that Kennedy was not amused, fixed Lemnitzer with a hard look, and, quote, "said bluntly that we were not discussing the use of military force," end quote, according to Lansdale's minutes. And that the president made the point that Lemnitzer might not have enough divisions to fight in Cuba if the Soviets responded by going to war over Berlin or elsewhere. So the Joint Chiefs of Staff pushed back 25 days later on April 10th, 1962, with perhaps the most insubordinate proposal that they ever sent to JFK. This is what John Newman calls the stink bomb memo. And that's exactly what it was. In a scolding, insistent memo to Secretary of Defense McNamara titled Cuba, the JCS insisted on invading Cuba anyway without offering any pretexts this time. Here are some key excerpts. The Joint Chiefs of Staff believe the Cuba problem must be solved in the near future. Furthermore, they see no prospect of early success in overthrowing the present communist regime, either as a result of internal uprisings or external political, economic, or psychological pressures. In other words, they're saying Mongoose is worthless, and it was worthless. They go on. Accordingly, they believe that military intervention by the United States will be required to overthrow the present communist regime. They continue. The United States cannot tolerate permanent existence of a communist government in the Western Hemisphere. They go on. Time favors the Cuban regime in the communist bloc. They continue. The Joint Chiefs of Staff believe that the United States can undertake military intervention in Cuba without risk of general war. Forces available would assure rapid essential military control of Cuba. Continued police action would be required. So they're acknowledging there might be a guerrilla war afterwards or local resistance that would continue. They're also saying, we're confident we can do this without a nuclear war breaking out elsewhere. Okay. And finally, they conclude, the Joint Chiefs of Staff recommend that a national policy of early military intervention be adopted by the United States. They also recommend that such intervention be undertaken as soon as possible, and preferably before the release of National Guard and Reserve forces presently on active duty, end quote. Wow. There's no ambiguity or doubt about this memo. This stink bomb, similar to others written about Laos and Vietnam policy, has about it the flavor and tone of an ultimatum. Once Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles, MRBMs, were discovered in Cuba in mid-October of '62, this surely became their "we told you so" document and provided them with what they considered the moral high ground with JFK when they insisted that he bomb and invade Cuba during the missile crisis. Now, as I indicated earlier, John Newman is conducting research into the strong possibility that people within the United States at a very high level knew the Soviets were considering putting nuclear missiles in Cuba as early as February of 1962. Even though Khrushchev's meetings with the Presidium, his first two meetings at this high official level, where he asked people to say yes or no, didn't occur until May 21st and May 24th. He believes this was being considered by members of the Soviet government much earlier, and that our eavesdropping capabilities and perhaps even human intelligence revealed that to us. And if this turns out to be true, then this stink bomb memo, and Northwoods for that matter, but this memo here, the stink bomb becomes even more ominous, because it would appear to be and I told you so, that they could pull out of their pocket later and use to pressure the president when they had him in a corner over bombing and invading Cuba later when the missiles really were discovered. So you'll be reading more about this in volume 4, called Apocalypse by John Newman. It's a hypothesis worth considering. Okay, so let's talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis in some depth. John Newman didn't do that in his presentation, so I want to do that. It's a favorite subject of mine. John hasn't quite gotten there in his current research yet. He'll be writing about it later in volume 4, but so he didn't cover it in his slide presentation. So I am covering it. My entire presentation today is intended to complement his and to cover in some depth areas that he didn't go into in his presentation. So I think our two presentations do complement each other. So the Cuban Missile Crisis officially was October 16th through 28th, 1962. The USSR placed medium-range ballistic missiles, henceforth called MRBMs, with nuclear warheads in Cuba. Now, this is a photograph of one of the 36 MRBMs that they placed in Cuba. They called it the R-12 missile. I'm going to use their name for the missile, not the NATO name. They called it the R-12. It was a liquid fuel missile. This is one on display in Moscow at a parade. This image is provided by and information about it provided by our source, known as Ironbark, Colonel Penkovsky, who was our mole inside the Soviet leadership. Now, John McCone was aware, and the CIA was aware of increased Soviet shipping into Cuba in July and August, and increased Soviet arms shipments into Cuba in July and August, not only from surveilling the numbers of ships going into the island from aerial surveillance at sea, but from human intelligence reports. So he predicted in mid-August, that the Soviets were going to put nuclear missiles in Cuba. And Kennedy listened politely, didn't respond. Most people thought they wouldn't do that because they had never done that before. The Soviets had never before put nuclear missiles in other countries. But he predicted it. And then on August 29th, when this photo and other similar photos were taken, it provided indirect confirmation of McCone's prediction in this way. High altitude U-2 surveillance photos taken that day showed 8 surface to air anti-aircraft missile sites under construction in Cuba. And so his whole point afterwards was they wouldn't be putting expensive, powerful anti-aircraft missiles, the best in the world, they wouldn't be putting those into Cuba unless it was to protect something very important. And he was right. So the SA-2 anti-aircraft batteries were being installed to protect the MRBMs, which were on the way. And in fact, the first medium-range ballistic missiles were offloaded on September 9th, and others were offloaded later in September and early in October. Now, what NATO called the SA-2 guideline missile, this anti-aircraft missile, the Soviets called the S-75 Dvina. So here's the photograph of a completed SA-2 missile site with the so-called Star of David configuration. And then you can see the 6 sites inside the circle for the mobile launchers. And it's easy to identify from the air, distinct configuration. And this is a photo someone took at an Eastern Europe outdoor museum of an SA-2 missile. Here's a close-up of the SA-2 missile. It was the world's best anti-aircraft missile and had previously shot down the U-2 aircraft flown by CIA pilot Francis Gary Powers over Russia on May 1st, 1960. And the USSR eventually installed 144 of their S-75 missiles in Cuba at 24 different sites all around the island. So this was the telegraphing of their hand. This was the early indication that they were about to do something very serious in Cuba, and they wanted to defend something very important with this powerful system. This is the U-2 aircraft, the famous spy plane developed by designer Kelly Johnson of Lockheed, working for Richard Bissell of the CIA in the 1950s at Groom Lake in Nevada. So note here that 2 days before this flight was made, the US Air Force took over U-2 flights from the CIA. And then once they took them over, the airplanes were no longer painted black, I don't believe. I believe they were then, they reverted to the silver metal paint scheme with vivid US Air Force markings. But this is a U-2 aircraft, fragile, a fragile high altitude photo reconnaissance plane with the world's best camera and best film inside of it. And several more were flown after this first flight. I think something like approximately 9 more flights were made during the month of October after this first one. This is the first and perhaps most famous photograph shown to President Kennedy on October 16th. They were developed by the CIA's National Photographic Interpretation Center, NPIC, abbreviated NPIC. That's where Dino Brugioni and Arthur Lundell worked. So they made briefing boards every day and presented them to President Kennedy. Excuse me. And the operating altitudes of the U-2 were above 70,000 feet, sometimes 75,000 feet, maybe higher. So here's another photograph taken on the 14th. And the photo interpreters could tell what they were looking at. Missile trailers, erectors, tents, missile tents, and launching systems. Here's one developed on Monday the 15th before they briefed Kennedy. So additional U-2 missions, as I say, were quickly flown over Cuba after Kennedy was briefed on the 16th. Many of them were flown starting the next day. And the next day, in one of the flights, U-2 flights, we discovered a launch site for a bigger type of missile, intermediate range ballistic missiles, an IRBM. Now, the IRBM missiles never made it to Cuba because after Kennedy made a speech on October 22nd on national TV announcing missiles in Cuba, all the ships carrying the IRBMs, the bigger missiles, turned around the next day at sea. They turned around and went home. And so did the other ships carrying supporting equipment for the IRBMs. But the IRBMs, you see, required permanent launch sites. They were not mobile missiles. The MRBMs were mobile. They had a mobile launcher that could be moved around. And the IRBMs had to be permanently fixed, and it was going to take up to 4 months to build their launch site. So this stuck out like a sore thumb, and we knew what this was. Later, low-level photography during the crisis, taken by many different aircraft, including reconnaissance versions of the F-8 Crusader, revealed much easier to understand photographs, much more provocative and useful in convincing other people. So here's one of the low altitude photographs, low altitude, high resolution, taken later. And here's another one. Oxidizer tanks, fuel tank trailers, missile shelter tents, missile erectors, cables. Each site, although mobile, it had a cement launch base, which the rocket had to sit on once it was erected. Now, why did the USSR send nuclear missiles to Cuba? Ultimately, it's the reaction to their perceived and factual inferiority, their nuclear inferiority, especially as revealed by the Roswell-Gilpatrick speech on October 21st, which I mentioned earlier. This heightened to new levels their existing insecurity and paranoia about nuclear inferiority to the United States in terms of long-range weapons and the systems to deliver the long-range weapons. The Soviets had a lot of medium-range and intermediate-range missiles that they could have easily destroyed Europe with. They had very few long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles, and the ones they had were not reliable yet, or took too long to prepare for launch. So as soon as Gilpatrick made that speech, these guys began to worry about ways to compensate for that massive inferiority. They were afraid the US would be tempted to use our superiority over them and attack them. They were afraid of a US first strike. Now, Khrushchev was informed by his defense counsel at Pitsunda in early 62, this should say April of 62, my apologies, that the USSR could neither successfully defend the homeland from a US first strike, nor would it be able to respond militarily afterwards. There wouldn't be anything left to respond with. So I've got a documentary where it says that he was informed of this by his defense counsel in April. The narrator says April. Another book was just published which says he was informed by the defense counsel of these unpleasant facts in February 62, which is really interesting. Because if they were talking about that in meetings in February of 62, this could be how we learned about their future intentions. It could be where it was first discussed. Robert McNamara, SecDef himself, has subsequently stated that in 1962, the United States had a 17-1 advantage over the Soviet Union in strategic nuclear weapons. And the Soviets were painfully aware of that fact by this time. So the diplomatic containment proposed by George Kennan following the end of World War II and signed onto by everybody in 1948 had become military containment because of NSC 68. So this massive stockpiling of nuclear weapons recommended by NSC 68 had created this 17-1 strategic advantage in nuclear weapons. And as the Soviets feared, the peril of one side possessing such dominance was that it would tempt that side to use it. So the four reasons, in short, that the Soviets deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba were to redress somewhat the marked Soviet strategic inferiority in long-range nuclear weapons, to defend their only communist client state in the Western Hemisphere against invasion. And of course, Mongoose and the Stink Bomb memo in April have proven that there was good reason to fear an invasion of Cuba. Everybody wanted to do one except Jack Kennedy. Everybody else in the national security state wanted to invade Cuba. So they wanted to defend their client state. And they correctly feared that the US powers that be wanted to invade Cuba. Everybody did except the president. It would have permitted them to apply leverage against Berlin once the missiles in Cuba were operational, and the fait accompli was publicly announced in late November. So that was the plan, was for Khrushchev and Castro to publicly jointly announce that these bases were operational in Cuba, these missile sites, to the world in late November. And it might have taken a little bit longer. It might have taken until December for the IRBMs to become operational, but in that case, they would have delayed the announcement until December. But they were going to announce this publicly and then use it as leverage against Berlin. And then Khrushchev colorfully said in one of the meetings in May that he wanted to put a hedgehog in Uncle Sam's pants. Khrushchev was a peasant at heart and was fond of crude statements and metaphors. And this was how he wanted to express it, how he did express it. I think the primary reason is the first one, to redress somewhat the marked Soviet strategic inferiority in long-range nuclear weapons, to make us think twice about launching a first strike, to make us not dare to launch a first strike against Russia, because if we did, we would be severely hurt by the missiles in Cuba. I think the secondary reason was probably to defend Cuba, a very close second in Khrushchev's mind. Now, the high-level Soviet meetings with Khrushchev, where he first asked for people to approve this, were held May 21st and May 24th, 1962. The only person of note opposing this was Anastas Mikoyan, high-level Soviet official in the Soviet government and the Communist Party, and everybody else signed on to it, including the defense minister, Malinovsky. The Soviets sent a military delegation and the new ambassador to Cuba, a KGB officer, to Cuba immediately after these two meetings in May. They did a survey in the country of where the missiles might go, and they talked Castro into it. So they came back and reported, and on June 10th, 1962, Khrushchev got the final and written approvals that he wanted. He had to twist a few arms, but he got the written approvals he wanted to do this thing. Now, I've got a busy slide here of the essential Cuban Missile Crisis events. Many of you are probably already well read on the missile crisis. Those of you who are will glance through this briefly and note the major milestones. Those of you who are not well read will want to come back later and revisit this slide and I think read all of it. But the major milestones are Kennedy's shown the photos on October 16th. On October 22nd, he makes a national speech announcing that he's going to do a blockade. A blockade's an act of war, so he called it a quarantine. He's going to do a quarantine, and he's not going to bomb and invade, at least not yet. On that day, he put the entire US military at defense condition 3. That's called DEFCON 3. Normal peacetime defense condition is DEFCON 5. He put the military at DEFCON 3, concurrent with his speech Monday night, October 22nd. On the 23rd, Dean Rusk, under severe marching orders from Kennedy, got unanimous OAS approval, Organization of American States approval, for the US blockade. Only Uruguay abstained and Cuba was a no-show. So that justified what we were about to do and call a quarantine. On October 24th, 1962, at 10 a.m., the quarantine went into effect. Later, JFK actually contracted the blockade line. He made it smaller because some Soviet ships stopped right away and turned around and some didn't. He wanted to do all he could to avoid a confrontation at sea, so he contracted the blockade line and gave the Soviets more time to think about it and realized that he's not trying to escalate. He's just trying to say no more. He's trying to say, stop, pull back, don't bring any more missiles in. And I think they understood that. Now, unfortunately, on the same day, at the same time of day, at 10 a.m., General Tommy Power, the commander of the Strategic Air Command, LeMay's handpicked replacement at SAC in 1957, he increased the DEFCON condition of the Strategic Air Command itself from DEFCON 3 to DEFCON 2 without presidential permission. He made two announcements in the clear. One was an unencrypted telegram, which we always sent unencrypted in those days. We wanted the rest of the world to know when we were doing this. But what he also did was make a voice transmission over the radio to all of his major Air Force commands within SAC. And this had never been done before. And both of these were picked up by the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. That was his intent, to signal an escalation and scare the hell out of the Soviets, that we were serious, just as they had tried to scare the hell out of the world with their Tsar Bomba in on October 30th, 61. They scared the hell out of the world. Well, we scared the hell out of them by going to DEFCON 2 within SAC. This sent an escalatory signal to the USSR without JFK's permission, and JFK was furious. And his fury is depicted in the movie 13 Days. And some academics have written about this inaccurately. Okay. And they've said, well, they've either lied and said, President Kennedy put all of the military at DEFCON 2. Well, I'm telling you, that's not true. It was Tommy Power, not JFK, who put only SAC at DEFCON 2. Kennedy didn't do it, and Kennedy was furious. It could have started World War III, and Power and LeMay may have wanted it to. After the fact, LeMay supported Power's actions. Okay, Black Saturday was October 27th. It was given that name for a number of reasons. That's the day that we estimated all 36 MRBMs were operational. Actually, I think they'd all been operational, the final ones, 2 days before that, on the 25th. But we estimated that was the day they all went operational. And that was also the day that one of the Soviet SA-2 anti-aircraft missile batteries shot down a U-2 spy plane, killed the pilot. This was perceived incorrectly by the whole US command structure below President Kennedy as an intentional escalation. It turned out the local Soviet troops were a little bit trigger happy, and they gave the subordinate commander, not the number one commander on Cuba, subordinate commander gave permission to shoot under time pressure. They had to make up their minds within 1 or 2 minutes to do it or not do it. And so the local troops, local Soviet troops shot it down, but without the permission of the number one commander in Cuba. And so the Joint Chiefs had wanted immediate retaliation, massive airstrikes in response against all the SAM sites. Kennedy decided not to. That's also the day that one of our U-2s, sampling the air over the North Pole for nuclear fallout to see if the Soviets were doing nuclear tests in the atmosphere, he got lost his way and ended up over Siberia, intercepted by Soviet fighters over Siberia. So that was a scary thing that happened. They could have interpreted that as a provocation or some kind of prelude to an attack, which it wasn't. It was a mistake as well. Also, unknown to us that day, I haven't talked about this yet, there were 92 Soviet tactical nuclear weapons in Cuba. I'm not talking about strategic weapons that could hit cities in the United States and Air Force bases. I'm talking about short range, local use, tactical nuclear weapons. There were 92 of these in Cuba. We didn't know that. We had discovered the launchers, the mobile launchers like tractors for the so-called, what we call frog missiles. The Soviets called those Lunas. We discovered the tractors for those on Thursday, October 25th. Kennedy was briefed on Friday, October 26th. We got frog missile launchers. We don't know if there are nuclear warheads or not. It's a nuclear capable missile. We don't really know what this means. But they had, and there were 12 of those Lunas, and they had a short range of somewhere between 18 and 25 miles, depending on which book you reference. We didn't know anything about the 80 FKRs. There were 80 cruise missiles called FKRs. FKR means frontline missile in the Russian. 80 of those, like small unmanned MiG jets, carrying a bigger nuclear warhead than the Lunas. And 3 of those were lined up Saturday night, aimed at Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, armed with nuclear warheads, ready to fire and destroy Guantanamo Bay Naval Base if there was an invasion. We knew nothing about them being deployed. That's very frightening in retrospect. Michael Dobbs writes about that in his book, 1 Minute to Midnight. So Khrushchev, after an exchange of letters, and after Bobby Kennedy met with the Soviet ambassador Saturday night, and they both threatened each other with war, but Bobby Kennedy made the bigger threats, I think, and told him time was very short. Khrushchev capitulated over the public radio on Sunday to make sure that his message would be received before the US had a chance to launch airstrikes in an invasion. And indeed, at the time, I think as Saturday ended, the plans by XCOM, the ad hoc committee that met every day to discuss the crisis, was to launch airstrikes either Monday or Tuesday. There was some vacillation between Monday and Tuesday, but that Tuesday at the latest, we would commence airstrikes and then we would invade 7 or 8 days later. So time was short and he capitulated on the radio. Now, I just want to say one thing here. Even after the Russians agreed to remove the medium-range missiles from Cuba and the nuclear warheads for them, they planned initially to leave the 92 tactical nukes in Cuba under the control of Castro, whose forces would be trained to operate them. And he would have become a nuclear power, not one that could strike another country, but a nuclear power that could defend his own country with defensive nuclear weapons if he was invaded. And then the KGB discovered, he sent a secret communication to his UN ambassador, Carlos Lechuga, in November, and he wanted Lechuga to announce this at the United Nations, that he was now a nuclear power. And the Soviets said, oh, no, no. We're just winding down this missile crisis. We've been negotiating with the Americans all month. during most of November, oh no, we don't want you to do this. So they at the suggestion of Anastas Mikoyan, the man who had originally objected to the whole scheme, he was Castro's handler. He delivered some more bad news to Castro. We're going to take the tactical nukes out of Cuba too. So that created a lot of unhappiness. We never knew they were there. We knew there were launchers for the 12 Frogs, but we never knew the 80 FKRs were there. And we never knew they were there. And we never knew they were removed in December. Pretty scary stuff. Now, here's President Kennedy consulting with Secretary of Defense McNamara and JCS Chairman Taylor. They were both members of the ExComm, the Executive Committee of the NSC. And this committee met at least once, usually twice a day throughout the missile crisis and throughout most of the month of November. And here's a photo of one of their many meetings in the cabinet room. Here's another photo of the ExComm members very seriously at work. Many hours a day, they would meet together and discuss options. What are the Soviets up to? What is their attitude today? Are they softening? Are they hardening? What are we going to do? Are we going to bomb? Are we going to invade? So Kennedy met once during the crisis alone with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He wasn't totally alone. Bob McNamara was there, but McNamara, the Kennedy tapes revealed, didn't have anything to say. He was there, present with the military. I mean, that's the signal that we have civilian control in this country. He told them to appear. He appeared with them, but he didn't open his mouth. And they were there, and it was their chance to give direct, unfiltered advice to President Kennedy. So there are two books which publish different versions of those tape recordings. The first one is the Kennedy tapes, published by Ernest May and Philip Zelikow. And then later, a more extensive version of the recordings was published called the Presidential Recordings, edited by Timothy Naftali and Philip Zelikow, published by the Miller Center in Virginia. These transcripts are more complete and more accurate than the ones in the Kennedy tapes. So I've used the presidential recordings. All of these conversations are verbatim from this book. So on the first slide here, Taylor says, well, first, I believe we should attack with the benefit of surprise. So even Max Taylor, the urbane, sophisticated man who could quote Thucydides, who was Kennedy's favorite general, who was good friends with Robert Kennedy. He cultivated Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy named one of his children after Maxwell Taylor, named him Maxwell. Even he wanted to attack with massive airstrikes and later with an invasion. But Kennedy responds by doing a typical Kennedy thing, taking a longer view. Well, first, I think we ought to think of why the Russians did this. If we attack Cuba, the missiles or Cuba, in any way, then it gives them a clear line to take Berlin, as they were able to do in Hungary in '56 during the Suez Crisis. We would be regarded as the trigger-happy Americans who lost Berlin. We would have no support among our allies, Kennedy said. Taylor responds by saying, if we don't respond here in Cuba, we think the credibility of our response in Berlin is endangered. Well, this is a pretty direct conversation, open disagreement. It gets a lot worse. General LeMay crossed the line during this conversation and became grossly insubordinate. So let's go to slide 2. LeMay. I'd emphasize a little strongly, perhaps, that we don't have any choice but direct military action. If we do this blockade that's proposed and political action, the first thing that's going to happen is that your missiles are going to disappear into the woods. Now, we can't find them then, regardless of what we do. Now, as for the Berlin situation, I don't share your view that if we knock off Cuba, that they're going to knock off Berlin. We've got the Berlin problem staring us in the face anyway. If we don't do anything in Cuba, then they're going to push on Berlin and push real hard because they've got us on the run. JFK. What do you think their reprisal would be? LeMay. I don't think they're going to make any reprisal if we tell them that their Berlin situation is just like it's always been. If they make a move, if they make a move, we're gonna fight. So I see no other solution. This blockade and political action I see leading into war. I don't see any other solution for it. It will lead right into war. This is almost as bad as the appeasement at Munich. Because if this blockade comes along, we're going to gradually drift into a war under conditions that are a great disadvantage to us. I just don't see any other solution except direct military intervention right now. Of course, when LeMay brought up Munich, he's not only comparing Kennedy to the pacifist prime minister of Great Britain in 1938, Neville Chamberlain, a man who cowardly, him and the French prime minister gave away part of Czechoslovakia to try to appease Hitler. And that didn't work. Hitler even became more hungry for more territory. But he's insulting Kennedy's father because Kennedy's father, Joseph B. Kennedy, at that time was ambassador to Great Britain. And he had been a great supporter of the Munich Pact afterwards, after it was consummated. So he's insulting Kennedy by comparing him to Neville Chamberlain, a weakling. And he's insulting Kennedy by comparing him to his father, who was later fired by Roosevelt. Now on slide 3, which I won't read, I'll let you read it. The Chief of Naval Operations, Anderson, the new Army Chief of Staff, General Wheeler, and the Marine Corps Commandant, Shoup, all agreed that the chief should take military action against Cuba. They should bomb and invade. And the one that was the most direct about it was Wheeler. Wheeler says, the lowest risk course of action, if we're thinking of protecting the people of the United States against a possible strike on us, is to go ahead with a surprise airstrike, the blockade, and an invasion. So that's the position of these three men. Now, this is the most important slide in this series. It's worth reading verbatim. LeMay. And you have made some pretty strong statements that we would take action against offensive weapons. I think that a blockade and political talk would be considered by a lot of our friends and neutrals as being a pretty weak response to this. And I'm sure a lot of our own citizens would feel that way too. In other words, you're in a pretty bad fix at the present time. An astonished JFK says, what did you say? LeMay, you're in a pretty bad fix. JFK, you're in there with me. Personally. LeMay, I think we have got to do more than take out the missiles, because if you don't take out their air at the same time, you're vulnerable. Then JFK goes back to his common theme. The big picture is his theme. As I say, the problem is not really some war against Cuba. The problem is part of this worldwide struggle we face, where we face the communists, particularly, as I say, over Berlin. LeMay, if you lose in Cuba, you're going to get more and more pressure right on Berlin. I'm sure of that. So then this conversation concludes with Taylor saying, well, we can't talk about invading again after those missiles become operational. Now, he's saying this on the 19th, and we were estimating they'd be operational by the end of the following week. So that's his mindset, because they'll have these pointed at our head. Of course, he didn't have that attitude a week later. A week later, he wanted to bomb and invade, even though we figured all the missiles were operational by then. But he still wanted to bomb and invade. But he's saying on the 19th that, well, we can't talk about invading again once these are operational. So he's trying to get Kennedy to commit to a rolling series of actions. And he says 7 days after the airstrike, you could start the invasion. Kennedy says, well, we'd still have 7 days to decide whether we want to go in. Taylor confirms it by saying, we have flexibility. He clearly wants JFK to pull the trigger and order airstrikes. And he figures later he'll be forced to do the invasion. Wheeler, Mr. President, going back to the relationships between Cuba and Berlin, there is no acceptable military solution to the Berlin problem, whereas there is in Cuba. Kennedy says, well, I appreciate your views. The argument for the blockade was that what we wanted to do is avoid, if we can, nuclear war by escalation or imbalance. Now, this slide continues with some disrespect expressed for Kennedy by the Marine Corps Commandant, who was not the brightest bulb. Okay, Dino Brucione has written about General Shoup. He was a disappointment, his performance on Joint Chiefs as Commandant of the Marine Corps. And he'd been very brave in 1943 during the invasion of Tarawa, but he wasn't the best Commandant of the Marine Corps. So he would manage to see all sides of all issues and didn't ever seem too well prepared to give advice. But anyway, in this conversation, after Kennedy, Taylor, and McNamara leave the room, he says, well, to LeMay, he says, you pulled the rug right out from under him. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 300%. He finally got around to the word escalation. I heard him say escalation. It's been there in Laos. It's been there in every goddamn one of these crises. When he says escalation, that's it. If somebody could keep him from doing the thing piecemeal, that's our problem. Shoup goes on, you're screwed, screwed, screwed. You can't fiddle around with taking out missiles. You got to do the whole thing. So this is what happens when the boss men leave the room. The other guys keep talking. Later, after the tensest part of the crisis is over, LeMay met with Kennedy on October 30th, introduced him to 3 of the Air Force U-2 pilots. This is a great public domain photo from the Kennedy Library. It's where most of these photos are from. Now, as I say, JFK addressed the nation on October 22nd and signed the quarantine order on October 23rd. These are 2 more great public domain photos from the Kennedy Library. So a sober JFK addressed the nation after quarreling with key members of Congress. He met with them right before his 7 p.m. TV address. They thought him weak and indecisive. They thought his response of a blockade and not immediate airstrikes and invasion was weak. They thought he wasn't doing his duty, and he really got upset with them and essentially walked out of that meeting. And then the very next night, I say a resolute JFK signed the quarantine order 24 hours later at the famous Resolute desk. So here's a picture of him the next night signing the quarantine order. And here he is during the address on the 22nd. I think he met a good balance between coolness under fire and pushing back while not appearing to be weak. Some of the people in Europe, like the Brits, thought he was being a little bit alarmist and a little bit too threatening by saying that if any of these missiles are launched in the Western Hemisphere, we'll consider it an attack on the US by the USSR with a full retaliatory strike on the USSR. But that was just his attempt to say, you cannot use these weapons. I'm determined that you get them out and that you get them out through negotiations. And we'll talk about that, about how we do that, but you cannot use these weapons. So he said, I'll launch a strike on the USSR if you launch any of these missiles. But the rest of the speech was all reason and let's talk about it and justifying our position and justifying the quarantine, which was a midway step. It was not airstrikes. It was not an invasion. And then we had 2 behind the scenes photos of JFK on the left facing all of those movie cameras and TV cameras during the speech on the 22nd. And then him, look at all those cameras in his face while he's signing the quarantine order. Rather intimidating, at least to me, it looks that way. Now, this is one of my favorite slides. I call it the imbalance of terror, showing how much more we were able to hurt the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons than they were able to hurt us with nuclear weapons. So we had, look, 142 operational Atlas missiles. These are intercontinental ballistic missiles. They could go over the North Pole, hit the USSR. 62 Titan missiles. Their ICBMs, even now, consisted of 6 ancient, obsolescent, really it took almost like 18 hours to get ready to launch R-7s, the same kind of rocket that had launched Yuri Gagarin into space. But they were very time consuming to prepare for launch. They didn't have very many of them. And 20 of these new R-16s, but they weren't fully reliable yet. So we had 45 total intermediate range ballistic missiles in with nuke warheads in Italy and Turkey. Now, as it turns out, in Turkey, they were being turned over to the Turks, and only one of the 15 became operational during the crisis. But the Russians didn't know that. All they knew is there were 15 Jupiter missiles in Turkey. There were 30 in Italy. And the man who had negotiated to get them in there was Lyman Lemnitzer. He was a big fan of nuclear weapons. So you can see that USSR in Cuba had 36 R-12s that could hit the United States. And then submarine launched ballistic missiles called SLBMs. At the time, we had 2 Polaris missile firing submarines at sea with 32 IRBMs on board that could hit the Soviet Union from either the North Sea or from the Med, the Western Med. They had none of their submarines at sea at this time. And their subs couldn't carry many missiles. One version, only 3 or 4 of them, and then they had to surface to fire them. And all those subs are out of commission at this time due to nuclear reactor leaks. And then look at the bombers. That's what I want you to really look at. The Soviets had about 100 long-range bombers. They had no in-flight fueling capability. So their bombers would have had to launch from bases inside Russia, land in the Arctic, in Arctic bases, and refuel before traveling over the North Pole to the United States. Otherwise, it was going to be a one-way trip and they'd never make it home. A suicide mission. We would have nuked their refueling sites in the event of a nuclear war. These 100 bombers wouldn't have even had a chance to refuel. And if they had been just, if some of the pilots had decided to go ahead and do the one-way flight, drop their bombs and then die when they run out of fuel or bail out and get captured, they probably all would have been shot down over Canada because we had a multi-layered defense. We had something like over 40 interceptor squadrons in the United States and Canada, 42 squadrons set to intercept Soviet bombers. And many of those airplanes had nuclear air-to-air missiles. I'm sure the few planes that got launched and made it over the North Pole would have been destroyed by air defenses. Look at us. 639 B-52 long-range bombers. The B-47 was a so-called medium-range bomber, but it had long-range capability because of in-flight refueling, and 880 of those were operational at this time, and 76 of the supersonic Mach 2 B-58s were operational. That's a tremendous imbalance. And we had a tanker fleet of about 1,000 tankers, different types of tankers. Most of them were KC-135s, jet tankers, and others were still propeller driven, but we had a lot of airborne tankers. And then we had aircraft in the Western Mediterranean, in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Western Pacific that could have dropped nuclear warheads on just inside Siberia, or in the case of the ones in the Med, just inside Southwest Soviet Union. And the Soviets had only 6. They had put 56 IL-28 bombers in Cuba, but they only had 6 nuclear bombs for them to carry. 6 of those planes were equipped to carry those 6 bombs. So this is an incredible imbalance. So here's some pictures of the quarantine, public domain pictures. The quarantine lasted from October 24th actually through November 20th, because it was expected to also monitor the removal of the 36 medium-range ballistic missiles. So this went on for a long time. Another public domain photograph of the aerial surveillance of one of the Soviet ships. A lot of the Soviet ships had been purchased from foreign shipbuilders, and others were Soviet charters of Soviet-run ships. Now, this is the Poltava, loaded with 7 of the 24 larger intermediate range ballistic missiles, which had turned tail and headed for home the day after Kennedy's speech. So what the analyst has circled here on the photograph is the launch rings. You can't see it here, but the launch rings used for the base of the IRBMs as they sat on their permanent concrete launching pad. They had to sit on a launch ring. This is proof that there was IRBM equipment on the ship. Turned out there were 7 of those missiles on this one ship. The rest of the IRBMs were on other ships, and they all turned around and went home rather than be stopped or captured by the United States during the blockade. Now, all 24 nuclear warheads for these IRBMs made it to Cuba, but without missiles to launch them, they were useless and ended up just being liabilities. In fact, all 24 warheads for these IRBMs were kept in the hold of the ship that delivered them, the Alexandrovsk, which changed course and went to the port of La Isabela the day after Kennedy's speech. Go to the nearest port, they were told. So they went to the nearest port because the Soviets didn't want the ship with nuclear warheads on it to be intercepted. They were very sensitive about their nukes, just as we were. So as it turns out, on the same day the missile crisis started on October 16th, General Marshal Pat Carter, the deputy director for Central Intelligence, the #2 guy in the CIA, had recommended to the Special Group Augmented of the NSC that Alpha 66 launch a commando raid and sink a Soviet ship in that port. Think about the implications of that. This is 2 days after the photos were taken of the missiles in Cuba. A full day after they were developed and analyzed, which was on the 15th. Some of them were developed and analyzed late on the 14th. The rest were developed and analyzed the 15th. He knew these things already. And here he is on the 16th recommending that we launch a commando raid and try to sink a Soviet ship in La Isabela, because Alpha 66 has already attacked a Soviet ship in that port previously. The implications of this are really scary when you think about it. Well, during the blockade, Secretary of Defense McNamara clashed seriously and repeatedly with Chief of Naval Operations George Anderson. Anderson had replaced Burke on October 1st, 1961. His nickname was Gorgeous George. And he was so highly thought of that people thought he would probably be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs after Maxwell Taylor. So they clashed repeatedly over the Navy rules of engagement during the crisis. There were differing accounts of that from differing audiences, and some people tend to side with McNamara's viewpoints. Some people tend to side with Anderson. You can read different accounts in different books of how they clashed, but it's over rules of engagement. Kennedy allowed McNamara to get rid of Anderson the next year. He was forced into early retirement by McNamara, and his consolation prize was being appointed ambassador to Portugal by JFK. Folks, that's not much of a consolation prize. So there was only one time during the blockade that we actually stopped a ship at the blockade line, and we made sure that we chose a ship which we believed had harmless cargo. It was Panamanian owned, under Turkish registry, run by a Turkish crew, chartered by the Soviets. And we were right, there was no prohibited cargo on board, but we stopped one ship to prove that the blockade had some teeth. So that ship was stopped on Friday, October 26th, the day before Black Saturday. And it was stopped by the ship Joseph P. Kennedy Jr., the Navy destroyer named after President Kennedy's brother, who was killed in World War II. Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. was the one that the father wanted to be president. He was supposed to become the politician. He was the older, handsomer, more confident, more robust brother, actually somewhat of a bully, but he had been killed in a secret raid by a bomber that just blew up. He was trying to guide with radio control another bomber filled with explosives into a target. And his plane blew up and he was killed. So this is the ship named after Kennedy's brother. And so they discovered toilet paper on the ship and machine parts, and they opened one of the crates for the machine parts, and it was for agricultural equipment. So this turned out to be a big bust, but it allowed the United States to demonstrate that the blockade had at least some teeth. Now, this is a busy slide, a very important one about Tommy Power placing SAC on DEFCON 2. I want to draw your attention to the green in the middle of the slide. Before Kennedy made his speech, Monday, October 22nd, the US was at normal peacetime defense condition, DEFCON 5. So that morning they were at DEFCON 5. Under DEFCON 5, there were 12 B-52 bombers at all times circling right outside the borders of the Soviet Union, loaded with nuclear weapons, ready to go in and start a war if they were ordered to. That was supposed to be the deterrent against the Soviets ever starting a war, was that they knew our B-52s were always right outside their border. But it was only 12 of them. And that was called Operation Chrome Dome. And that operation was announced publicly by Tommy Power in 1961. But those airborne alerts have been going on the last couple of years of the 50s. And after 3,000 flights, SAC finally decided to announce that they existed. So there were normally 12 B-52s near the Soviet border. When JFK made the speech on Monday, October 22nd, and placed all of the military at DEFCON 3, an additional 54 bombers, excuse me, joined the 12 already in the air. So the number of airborne alert B-52s went up to 66 at all times on Monday the 22nd. And many more on the ground were on alert then. Then on Wednesday, in red here, on October 24th, when Tommy Power went on the radio and said, "This is General Power," to all of SAC, and sent out his unencrypted telegram to back it up. And SAC went to DEFCON 2. ABC News claimed in 1992, in a documentary called The Missiles of October, they claimed that the number of nuclear capable bombers on alert shifted to 1,500 overall, with 200 now on continuous airborne alert. Now, maybe ABC was rounding off these numbers, I don't know, but 200 is a lot more than 66. That's a significant portion of the B-52 bomber force, and surely some of the B-47s as well. And 145 ICBMs were on high alert, according to ABC News. Now, very similar numbers were published by Dino Brugioni in his book, Eyeball to Eyeball, and by Michael Dobbs in his book, 1 Minute to Midnight. Very similar numbers. So Richard Rhodes, in his book, Dark Sun, says that according to a retired SAC wing commander, at the height of the missile crisis, some airborne alert bombers deliberately flew past their normal turnaround points near the Soviet Union's border and continued flying towards Soviet airspace until Soviet freighters carrying crucial equipment to Cuba stopped dead in the Atlantic. That is a frightening story. No pilot would do that on his own. He would do that in response to orders. So it sounds like Tommy Power was freewheeling in that regard too. And some ships did go dead in the water, as determined by the NSA. So some ships didn't stop until later, but I believe the ships that stopped dead in the water were ships carrying sensitive equipment. And one retired general told Richard Rhodes, when he wrote the book Dark Sun, that I knew what my target was. He said, Leningrad. So this is General Tommy Power, the man handpicked by LeMay to be the next commander of SAC after he left in 1957, looking like a very happy fellow. During the mid-1950s, when LeMay and Power were both at SAC, they apparently tried to provoke the USSR into a fatal response with belligerent and provocative overflights of Soviet territory. Richard Rhodes writes about this in the book Dark Sun, and I recommend that book to everyone. It's pretty chilling to read about all this. Many were shot down. Some barely escaped with their lives, and some ended up prisoners for years. And on at least one occasion, and the quote in the book is attributed by name to the person that Power and LeMay said it to, they would say to their RB-47 pilots, reconnaissance pilots, told to go in and probe the Soviet defenses, fly deep into their country. Quote, if we run this mission properly, maybe we can start World War III, end quote. This was the attitude that LeMay and Power had in the 1950s when they knew that we had overwhelming superiority in numbers of nuclear weapons and also in delivery systems. So this may have been what Power was hoping for when he put SAC at DEFCON 2. And remember, LeMay later defended that action to President Kennedy, although common sense would have told both of these men that that's a signal of intentional escalation, which Kennedy did not want to send. They understood why he was upset. They just didn't care. So there was considerable fog of war during the missile crisis. I've got 2 slides on this. I think this is absolutely fascinating. And this is what Kennedy was always afraid of as president, was that nuclear war could begin through mistake or miscalculation. So here's the actual Soviet nuclear order of battle, what we know about it today. 36 R-12 MRBMs were in Cuba. They had 24 launchers. We were never quite sure of the total number because they also had training missiles that looked the same from the air. So they had the real missiles and then dummies for training. And so we actually thought there were more than this, but we weren't sure. And by the time we started talking to the Russians in November, we thought there were actually 33. And they said, no, there were 36. And then we said, oh. Now, each R-12 had a 1 megaton nuclear warhead. Those were not taken to close to the launch sites of the MRBMs until the 25th or the 26th of October. But they were all in Cuba, and there was a central nuke storage site called Bezukal, which we knew nothing about. We thought the nukes were stored in other places where they had been offloaded from ships. No, there was a central site. We didn't know it was the central site called Bezukal, and that's where these things were. And then the commander there in Cuba moved the nuclear warheads for the R-12 missiles close to their launch sites the evening of the 25th or 26th, before Black Saturday. By the way, I just found this out, one of the 3 missile regiments, there were going to be 5 missile regiments in Cuba, 2 for the IRBMs and 3 missile regiments for the MRBMs. One of the 3 missile regiments actually went operational on October 20th, before Kennedy's speech. I didn't know that till recently. The other 2 R-12 missile regiments went operational about the 25th. And then if you could consider it the 26th, you say, well, the nuclear warheads weren't moved close to them until the 26th. But those are things we didn't know. So as I say here, the 24 R-14 IRBMs turned around at sea, were never offloaded, but all 24 of their 1 megaton warheads arrived in Cuba and were kept on board the ship Alexandrovsk, which turned out was recommended to be a target. Any ship in that port was going to be a target for a commando raid based on the Pat Carter recommendation on October 16th, which he made. You realize now he's an Army officer. It's the Army controlling Viciana, thanks to John Newman's clarifications. not the CIA. The Army's controlling Visiana. Ed Lansdale and his minions are controlling Visiana. And it's Pat Carter, an Army officer, even though he's deputy director of the CIA, it's an Army officer in touch with Lansdale who's suggesting that Alpha 66 attack another Soviet ship in La Isabella. It turns out that the ship with nuclear warheads ends up going to that port on October 23rd. So it's a very scary scenario that's unfolding here. And if Alpha 66 had attacked and sunk that ship, it could have been a casus belli for the Soviets. If they hadn't been so scared to death of our nuclear weapons, it could have been a cause for war. They could have viewed that as an act of war by the United States if we had attacked and sunk that ship with the nuclear warheads in it. But fortunately, it didn't happen. So anyway, the Soviets, unknown to us, had 6 atomic bombs, 12 kilotons each. The Hiroshima bomb was 15 kilotons. And the Nagasaki bomb was about 20 kilotons. So these were just a little smaller than that, 12 kiloton atomic bombs. So there were 12 of those in Cuba, intended for use with 6 of the IL-28 bombers. Totally unknown to the United States, unknown as a fact, is that the Soviets had 12 Luna missiles, which we called frogs. We discovered the transporter for one of the Lunas, which implies certainly that they're there, but we didn't know if they had nuclear warheads or not. There were 12 of these. They were solid fuel rockets, a range of 18 to 25 miles, intended for use against invasion troops. There were 80 of these larger, longer range FKR pilotless cruise missiles, which would be launched with a rocket charge, and then a little jet engine would take over. And the cruise missile would fly on the jet engine until the people controlling it, would cut off the engine and tell it to drop on the target. So they were controlled by telemetry, by the people who launched them. And there were 80 of these. And as I said, 3 of them were lined up on Guantanamo Bay on the night of Black Saturday. They had 14 kiloton nuclear warheads. That's about the size of the Hiroshima bomb. 3 of them aimed at Guantanamo, and we didn't know that. Now, the CIA never definitely ascertained there were any nuclear warheads in Cuba. They ended up assuming there were for the sake of prudence. Well, of course there were. Why else would the Soviets put MRBMs in Cuba unless they were going to launch nuclear warheads? But, although the CIA discovered with photographs the construction of nuclear warhead bunkers near the MRBM launch sites, they never had any evidence that there were nuclear warheads in those bunkers. Well, they weren't in the bunkers. They were in transfer vans, in trucks. This is what we figured out after the missile crisis. The nuke warheads were in transfer vans and driven around freely in these trucks, and we didn't even know about that. We weren't targeting the trucks. So we never knew there were 92 tactical nukes in Cuba that could have slaughtered any US invasion force, even if only used in part. And we underestimated the range of the MRBMs and the IRBMs by about 20%. For example, the charts prepared for Kennedy to look at of the medium range missiles said they could barely reach Washington, D.C. and the Southeast United States. So there were a lot of SAC bases in the Southeast, several major cities. And of course, nobody in Washington wants Washington to be destroyed since they live there. It turned out the MRBMs could actually reach just beyond New York City. And they could reach just beyond Omaha, Nebraska, where SAC headquarters is. But we didn't know that. We had underestimated their range. And we had underestimated the range of the IRBMs, which, if offloaded, they could have reached anywhere in the United States and part of Canada. So this is an important paragraph here. The Soviet commander in Cuba was General Pliev. He was an old cavalry officer. He was given oral permission by Nikita Khrushchev himself in July of '62, before he left the USSR, to use the tactical nukes to repel a US invasion if there were no longer communications with Moscow. This is the tactical nukes I'm talking about. The 92 tactical nukes to repel an invasion if they couldn't communicate with Moscow. The tactical nukes weren't there yet, but that's not the point. They knew they were going to send them later. They couldn't send everything at once. They sent the most important cargo first, the big missiles and the support equipment. But he was given permission to use them, oral permission, if he was invaded. Later, the defense minister, who was Marshal Malinovsky, who supported the whole scheme, by the way, his staff prepared for him a military telegram telling Pliev that you have permission to use these in the event of an invasion and in the event Moscow can't talk to you. And then Malinovsky decided at the last minute, well, I'm not going to release that telegram. I'm not going to approve that it be sent. We don't want too much in writing. So the draft remained in the files and it's now been released. And we know that the draft was written on September the 8th, but Malinovsky didn't send it. And yet he reconfirmed Khrushchev's oral directions in October. He sent out there to Cuba General Gribkov, who was a member of the general staff and who later became a member of the, he later became, the commander of the Warsaw Pact forces. He was in Cuba during the crisis. He arrived October 18th. And he was told by Malinovsky, by Marshal Malinovsky, the defense minister, before he left, that I was present when Nikita Sergeyevich notified General Pliev of oral permission to use the tactical nukes. And that permission still stands, you know, with conditions, but you have to be invaded by the US. But if you're invaded and you can't talk to us, you may use them. Now, later, after Khrushchev got scared, when he found out on the 22nd that Kennedy was going to address the nation, it was like, oh my God. So on the 22nd, and again on the 27th, he sent cables, telegrams to the Soviet commanders in Cuba saying, you do not have permission to fire any of the missiles or use any of the nuclear warheads. So the permission to use the tactical nukes was rescinded twice on October 22nd and October 27th. But two Soviet generals, Generals Gribkov and Titov, who were both there, and who had assessed the morale of their troops, subsequently stated that it would have been a use or lose situation in the event of an invasion, and they both expressed the opinion that some of the tactical nukes would have been used anyway by Soviet troops in the event the US invaded Cuba. Because proud soldiers don't want to throw up their hands and surrender. These were professionals, just like our military men. It was the biggest adventure their military had ever embarked upon. The biggest logistical exercise too. They wouldn't have just thrown up their hands. Some of these things would have been used. And so I go on here, we greatly underestimated the numbers of Soviet troops in Cuba. At the time of October 27th and 28th, there were about 42,500 troops present, and we were still underestimating it. We had estimated that our estimates went up to about 20,000, but we were 20,000 short of the true number. And we really underestimated the numbers of combat troops there. Of the 42,500 Soviet troops, there were 4 Soviet motorized rifle regiments. That's a total of about 10,000 combat troops, with about 124 tanks and sophisticated weapons, including artillery. And a Cuban army, there was a Cuban army of 75,000 men and a Cuban militia of about 100,000 at this time. So the US invasion force on the day of the invasion would have been about 90,000 men. Although McNamara says we had 180,000 men, I think he's including the Navy sailors on all the ships. And so the actual numbers of troops, Marines and Army that would have landed on D-Day was about 90,000. And I think the 90,000 would have encountered severe challenges, possibly leading to nuclear escalation by the United States. Now, if the Soviets had used any tactical nukes, even one, nuclear retaliation by American forces would have been a certainty. And it would have been widespread, I'm sure. LeMay had 6 B-47 bombers standing by on 15-minute alert during the whole crisis in the Southeast, ready to take flight and fry Cuba if needed. So pretty scary stuff. Admiral Dennison requested that U.S. tactical nukes named Honest John be added to the invasion force when he found out about the Lunas, found out about the frog. We call them frogs after they were briefed to JFK on Friday the 26th. Secretary of Defense McNamara forbade their deployment on the invasion ships, but he did stage them in Florida. In case they were needed in Cuba, they were close by, ready to go in Florida. That's a sobering thought also. So President Kennedy clashed again with LeMay, not only with LeMay, but with the other chiefs as soon as the missile crisis was over. I've reconstructed this from reading 3 different books and from listening to a video interview of Robert McNamara. This is the conversation I've come up with. I'm confident that it's pretty darn accurate. And I don't know if this happened on October 28th or the next day, but it happened right about that time too. JFK. Gentlemen, we've won. I don't want you to ever say it, but you know we've won, and I know we've won. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Anderson, blurted out, "We've been had." This is the man that argued with McNamara. General LeMay, "One hell, we lost. We should go in and wipe them out today. This is the greatest defeat in our history. Mr. President, we should invade today." And apparently, President Kennedy was so shaken by this pushback that he was left stuttering and stammering during this face-to-face meeting. So here's my retrospective of what happened in '62. Kennedy's relationship with the senior military leadership and the senior hawks in government went from distrust to mutual contempt. The world is fortunate that John F. Kennedy was president in October of '62. His decision not to invade Cuba saved the world from nuclear conflagration. Such a total nuclear war would have resulted, we now know, in nuclear winter and would have destroyed world agriculture and civilization, not to mention hundreds of millions, or more likely billions of lives. We learned about nuclear winter when all the scientific papers were published in the early and mid 1980s and in through the 90s. We were going to nuke half the planet with our overwhelming arsenal, and all of the resulting fires from the nuclear fireballs would have created a pall of smoke and radioactive debris, but largely a pall of smoke around the world that would have blotted out the sun for 2 or 3 years. It would have destroyed all agriculture, destroyed the world food supply, and lowered the temperature on the earth to below freezing and over at least half of the earth all year long. So this would have been a disaster if we had done what LeMay and Power wanted to do. The US military leadership never forgave JFK for not bombing and invading Cuba. They remained bitter in the extreme. Remember, Curtis LeMay called it the greatest defeat in our history and said to JFK afterwards, "One hell, we lost." Their attitude toward him was the same at the end of '62 that it was at the end of '61. They thought he was too squeamish about the use of nuclear weapons. And they weren't. They viewed them as just a better form of strategic bombing, and they weren't afraid to use them. And many of them wanted to use them. People that wanted to use them were Arleigh Burke, Lyman Lemnitzer, Curtis LeMay, Tommy Power. I'll tell you 2 other people that wanted to use nuclear weapons during the missile crisis were Paul Nitze and Roswell Gilpatrick, civilian hawks. This is really scary stuff, folks. So from their point of view, if JFK had bailed out the Bay of Pigs in April of '61 and overthrown Castro with US military power in '61, there would have been no missiles in Cuba. That's their point of view. Remember, the Joint Chiefs insisted that Kennedy invade Cuba in March of '62 with Northwoods, and again in April with the stink bomb memo. And JFK refused each time. If he had done so, they surely reasoned there would have been no missiles in Cuba. And then when he didn't invade, when he had justification, that's when I believe they decided he was a traitor. They decided he was weak and he was a traitor and he was not fit to serve. So I'm personally convinced that the military animus for John F. Kennedy was so great that the assassination plot against him was born immediately after the Cuban Missile Crisis in November and December of 1962. Mutual skepticism had morphed into mutual distrust during 1961. And in 1962 had become mutual contempt. Mutual contempt. I agree with John Newman that while critical elements of the CIA were surely willing handmaidens in JFK's assassination, the galactic center of the assassination plot came from the military, within the Pentagon, as it were. Not entirely within the Pentagon. Later, Lenitzer went back to Europe. But the point is, when I say in the Pentagon, I mean within the military leadership structure. He first said this publicly in November of 2020 during another online conference, and he repeated this conclusion of his in his presentation on March 17th for the Future of Freedom Foundation. This concludes part 2 of my 3-part presentation. Okay, let's move on to 1963. I've got 3 slides summarizing 1963 before we get into details. The first slide is 1963 Endgame, Cuba. So I say here, JFK and the hardline members of the national security establishment continued to grow ever further apart throughout 1963, as this series of slides demonstrates. Mongoose became moribund on October 26, 1962, when its activities were suspended. And at the end of October 62, XCOM ordered cancellation of all sabotage or militant operations during negotiations with the Soviets, or the details of withdrawal of their offensive weapons from Cuba. Early in 1963, National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy declared, quote, "There is well-nigh universal agreement that Mongoose is at a dead end," end quote. Meanwhile, Cuba planning in the Pentagon lurched into territory previously forbidden by President Kennedy. As JFK's ad hoc committee, the ICCCA, struggled to define a new Cuba policy throughout most of the year, the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs in the Pentagon, Maxwell Taylor, who had assumed his post on October 1st, 1962, just prior to the missile crisis, blithely proceeded to do his own thing with regard to Cuba, without waiting for the bureaucratic machinery to crank out a new policy. In a striking display of insubordination, Maxwell Taylor, in the spring of '63, proceeded to secretly plan for, first, a Northwoods-style engineered set of pretexts to invade Cuba. Now, this was in spite of JFK's failure to endorse Northwoods in March of '62, and in spite of the president's refusal to invade Cuba in either April or October of that year. And with Taylor's encouragement, Saint-Galant Admiral Dennison developed Op Plan 380-63, a detailed contingency plan with dates attached for commencing a full package of massive airstrikes against Cuba on July 26, 1964. That's Cuba's Independence Day. Isn't that nice? To be followed by a US invasion about August 3rd, 1964, with the planned overthrow of Castro's government and the defeat of Cuba occurring, optimistically, by October 1st, '64, just in time for the US presidential election. Now, this was forwarded to Taylor for consideration in a memo from the Joint Staff on May the 1st. May the 1st, '63. They forwarded him the Admiral Dennison war plan for attacking Cuba the following year. This outrageous plan was finally withdrawn from consideration on October 4th, 1963, when Vietnam was the new star on the horizon. That's the last page in the set of documents, withdrawn from consideration October 4th, 1963, without any explanation given, but we know the reason. Vietnam was the only game in town at that point for the Joint Chiefs and the Hawks in the national security state. Now, I've got another 1963 endgame slide, Vietnam. And JFK found himself at increasing odds with the Pentagon and civilian hawks in the State Department over Vietnam policy. Now, you'll recall that 1962, according to John Newman, was called the optimistic interlude, when McNamara and JFK were lied to all year long about the supposed success of South Vietnam's war against the North and the supposed success of the advisory effort, even though neither one was going very well. But by March of 63, John Newman has written, he thinks JFK and McNamara had figured out that they'd been lied to for the whole previous year. Meanwhile, in April 62, JFK ally Ambassador John Kenneth Galbraith, ambassador to India, had begun to seriously question why the US was in Vietnam at all. And he got JFK's attention. As a result, he urged his staff back in 62 to be prepared to seize upon any favorable moment to reduce our commitment. And the following month, on May 8th of 62, McNamara had directed General Paul Harkins, MacV, to devise a plan for turning full responsibility for the war over to South Vietnam and reducing the size of our command. I'm sure Harkins was shocked to hear that back in May of 62, but that's what he was told. Now, moving ahead to 63, on April 18th, McNamara first made mention in a meeting that we know of a 1,000-man American troop withdrawal from South Vietnam by the end of the year. And that was on April 18th. On May the 6th, at the 8th SecDef conference on Vietnam, McNamara ordered concrete plans for a 1,000-man withdrawal of US advisors by the end of the year, and told Harkins that his withdrawal plans, as presented to McNamara at the conference, were too slow and needed to be accelerated so as to have all US troops out by the end of 65. So recapitulating here, McNamara told Harkins in May of 62 to begin a withdrawal plan, and it would advise turning over full responsibility of the war to South Vietnam. He got a full-scale report on this a year later in May 63 and said, oh no, this is too slow. It needs to be accelerated. And I want concrete plans for a 1,000-man withdrawal by the end of the year. So there are ominous hints throughout the year that things are beginning to fall apart in Vietnam. Not only that the war is not going that well for the South Vietnamese and that the strength of the Viet Cong is growing, but President Diem is cracking down way too hard on the Buddhists, and Diem and his Catholic supporters are in a minority, and the Buddhists are in a majority. He's cracking down on these people, on their freedom of religion and their free speech. So things are not going well in South Vietnam. Buddhist monks are burning themselves to death in the streets, getting a lot of worldwide attention, and people in the US government are beginning to talk about a coup, getting rid of Diem. So Kennedy's concerned. He sends Robert McNamara and Maxwell Taylor, Secretary of Defense and chairman of the JCS, over to Vietnam in September to do one more trip, one more examination, and produce one more report. They return on October 2nd and turn over a report which recommends what Kennedy wanted: a 1,000-man withdrawal of US advisors by the end of the year, and full withdrawal by the end of 1965. That's what's in the report. It required considerable arm twisting on his part to get them to add the 1,000 man withdrawal by the end of the year back into the report. They had taken it out because of a revolt by all the hawks on the study group that went on the trip. Some of the military hawks and a lot of the civilians said, we can't put that in the report. We don't think anybody should be withdrawn. So Kennedy had to force them to put that back in. And as this was presented to the public by Pierre Salinger and by McNamara, this withdrawal of 1,000 men by the end of the year and by all troops by the end of 65 was predicated to the public on the fiction of battlefield success. So Kennedy, in a jujitsu move, was turning this lie of battlefield success, turning it against these liars and conspirators to justify pulling out. On October 11th, a very important document was promulgated, NSAM 263, National Security Action Memo 263, which was top secret, signed by McGeorge Bundy, and it ordered implementation of the recommendations in the McNamara-Taylor report to withdraw 1,000 troops by the end of the year, 1,000 of the 16,000 plus advisors by the end of the year, and to complete U.S. withdrawal of its advisory forces by the end of 65. The NSAM also ordered that Zam not be informed. So this was not done to use as leverage against him to make him do reforms. That's what some people have alleged. This was Kennedy making a firm decision to implement these recommendations. He made sure McNamara and Taylor made the recommendations to him. He's just approving their recommendations, and he's not even signing it. He's having McGeorge Bundy sign it, but he's implemented those recommendations. He got what he wanted out of their trip. Now he's ordered that it be done, regardless of how bad things in the country were going. At the next SecDef conference on November 20th, McNamara was told the truth about how bad the war and the U.S. advisory effort were going for the first time. For the first time, 2 days prior to JFK's assassination. As John Newman says, the clear implication here is that those briefing McNamara, read between the lines, Maxwell Taylor, knew that President Kennedy would not survive his trip to Dallas and were preparing McNamara for the ensuing and immediate escalation of the U.S. Vietnam effort into a combat role following JFK's death. And that escalation in policy and change in policy was carried on throughout the whole month of December. So here's Kennedy meeting with Taylor and McNamara on October 2nd, after their return from Vietnam. He ensured with some difficulty that their report following their trip recommended a 1,000 man withdrawal of U.S. forces by the end of the year and a complete pullout by the end of 65. So this is my last slide featuring Max Taylor all by himself. He's the man who secretly gutted the Vietnam 1,000 man withdrawal plan in the fall of 63 and hid Op Plan 64, 63 from JFK as it was being developed. Starting in May, he hid it from President Kennedy. That developed into Op Plan 34A. And Op Plan 34A was United States covert activities directly against North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. So Op Plan 34A in 1964 led to the Gulf of Tonkin incident. And the Gulf of Tonkin incident led to the carte blanche from Congress that gave LBJ authority to go to war in Vietnam. So they've got this thing cooked up. His allies in the Pentagon, along with Max Taylor, starting in May 63, or even earlier than that, and they're hiding it from President Kennedy. And he also hides the fact that he gutted the Vietnam 1,000 man withdrawal so that it wasn't entire units, which is what Kennedy and McNamara wanted. It was just individuals being replaced here and there. And he was still generating plans, as I've said, to invade Cuba in the spring of '63, based on pretexts. I write about that in volume 5 of my book. His performance on both counts during 1963 was a disgraceful example of insubordination and Machiavellian plotting, worthy of Shakespeare's character Iago in Othello. And by the way, Pentagon hawk Paul Nitze supported Taylor's continued call for pretext to invade Cuba during the spring. Excuse me. And this same man had also supported capturing a Soviet ship with missiles on it and taking it to the United States during the missile crisis. That might have provoked a war. And promoted conducting a first strike against the Soviet Union during the missile crisis. He admitted that himself to the authors of the book DEFCON 2. Excuse me. So my third 1963 slide is called Endgame, Ending the Cold War. There's some great books here. To Move the World, JFK's Quest for Peace by Jeffrey Sachs, 2 Days in June by Andrew Cohen, and JFK and the Unspeakable by Jim Douglas. JFK's peace speech, his commencement address at American University on June the 10th, was a watershed in Cold War relations. In it, he proposed that Americans reevaluate their attitudes toward the Soviet Union. No one had ever done this before, certainly no president. He proposed ending the Cold War instead of winning it. No one had ever done that before. And he proposed a limited nuclear test ban treaty with the USSR after announcing a self-imposed moratorium on US nuclear testing. Now, the limited test ban treaty was initialed in Moscow on July 25th, '63. JFK gave a major speech in support of it the next night on July 26th. It was signed by Great Britain, the USSR, and the US on August 5th, and JFK moved it skillfully through Senate ratification on September 24th, 1963, with an 80-19 overwhelming vote in favor, the veto-proof vote. President Kennedy signed the instruments of ratification in a major signing ceremony on October 7th, 1963. The Joint Chiefs hated the treaty, but JFK had outmaneuvered them. On September 12th, '63, Kennedy received another nuclear war briefing from the Net Evaluation Subcommittee of the National Security Council. This one recommended a possible first strike on the USSR in 1968, in which Soviet casualties would be at least 140 million people. This time, instead of walking out of the meeting, as he had in '61, JFK went toe-to-toe with the briefer, concluding, "Preemption is not possible for us. This argues in favor of a conventional force rather than nuclear weapons." On September 20th, 1963, at the United Nations, JFK proposed ending the space race with the Soviet Union and instead going to the moon together as a cooperative goal. I was very skeptical when I first heard about this. I first heard about this in the JFK movie, and then I began to look it up, and I was very skeptical. But I soon concluded that it was true. First of all, he did say that in a speech. There was no ambiguity about it whatsoever. And then on November 12th, I've seen the INSAN document he generated. On November 12th, JFK personally signed INSAN 271. As I said, it's unusual for presidents to personally sign INSAMs. And when they do, it gives them extra emphasis. This document directed NASA head James Webb to take the lead on broader cooperation with the USSR in outer space, including lunar landing programs, and ordering an interim report by December 15th. JFK hadn't gotten any positive response or action from within the bureaucracy. So he made it a national security issue and issued a directive in SAM 271. He was willing to abandon the space race, his most popular program by far, to facilitate détente with the Soviet Union, and considered, facilitating détente. He considered facilitating détente to be in the interest of national security, of course, and therefore altering the space program from a competitive one to a cooperative one was in the interest of national security, as he saw it. Now, in September of '63, many of you will have heard about this. JFK angered the CIA and no doubt the Cold Warriors in the Pentagon by beginning an effort toward a rapprochement with Castro through indirect approaches by Ambassador William Atwood, a long trusted friend of JFK's from prep school at Choate, and Lisa Howard of ABC News. This was furthered by an interview JFK gave to French journalist Jean Daniel, who was knowingly being used as an indirect emissary to Castro, in which the president made clear that as long as Castro eliminated his military ties with the Soviet Union, anything was possible. JFK reiterated that position in a speech in Miami on November 18, '63. Now, UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson and State Department official Averell Harriman both supported this rapprochement. But can you just imagine what the hawks in the State Department who learned about it and what the military establishment, the leadership in the Pentagon, and the leadership in the CIA thought about it? I'm sure they were appalled, to say the least, probably up in arms, extremely agitated. Now, listen to this carefully, please. While none of these actions by themselves, neither the peace speech, nor attempts to end the space race, nor the rapprochement with Castro was the genesis of the assassination plot, I view them as the final nails in JFK's coffin. Proof to the conspirators that JFK really had to go. So I'm still saying that I believe the assassination plot was born immediately after the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that these developments in 1963 would have only confirmed their own resolve that they were doing the right thing, that JFK had to go. So here's just one slide about the Cuban policy that was being reformulated in '63. At least that was the intention. Unfortunately, it was the same old solution, invasion, dressed up in new clothing. As I say at the bottom of the slide, it was like putting lipstick on a pig. It didn't make the pig look any better, and it still looked like a pig. Now, the name of this ad hoc committee was the Interdepartmental Coordinating Committee on Cuban Affairs. That's a real mouthful. It's a lot easier to say ICCCA. It began meeting in January, and it was chaired by Sterling Cottrell, who was not a hawk. Now, Cottrell still wanted to overthrow the Castro regime, but he did not favor a U.S. invasion of Cuba in the absence of aggression that threatened the peace in the Western Hemisphere. So state favored the same tired old methods that had not worked previously with mongoose, namely diplomatic, economic, psychological, and warfare and covert actions. This committee met all year long and churned out numerous drafts. The semifinal drafts came out in September and October. And the final document was not formalized until after Kennedy's death on December 30th, '63. It was prepared jointly by State, Defense, and the CIA, and it was titled Contingency Plan for a Coup in Cuba. I write about this in volume 5 of my book, Inside the ARRB. By this time, it was clear the Pentagon had been victorious in the long battles in committee that year with the State Department, and had managed to mold a policy document that hypocritically denied up front that the U.S. contemplated either a premeditated full-scale invasion of Cuba or the contrivance of a provocation, which would be used as a pretext for such action, thus lending a fig leaf of support in the opening statement to JFK's informal no invasion pledge that helped end the missile crisis, which was made by Dean Rusk through the newspapers. Excuse me. However, where the rubber met the road, the policy document went on to say in the very next paragraph that once a coup, which would be a military coup sponsored by the US, once a coup began, a special team of US experts would be inserted into Cuba to evaluate the coup's chances of success. And their goal, believe it or not, would be to report within 24 hours. That's a joke. That makes it clear that they're going to report a predetermined conclusion. Meanwhile, this plan says that the US would reestablish its blockade of Cuba and would prepare to activate op plans 312 and 316, the same airstrike and invasion plans considered during the missile crisis. The US special team was to coordinate with coup leaders and get them to publicly proclaim a provisional government and ask for US and OAS assistance, after which, here it comes, the US president would be required to approve activation of op plans 312 or 316, which would launch a full-scale invasion of Cuba. This is why I say it's the same old solution dressed up in new clothing. It was putting lipstick on a pig. And by the time this was signed out at the end of December 63, Vietnam was the new star on the horizon, not Cuba. So here's a famous picture of the peace speech, which we've all seen before. It was the most remarkable speech of his presidency. I would say the second most remarkable speech was the one on race relations the very next day on June 11th. So I don't ignore that when I read about John Kennedy. It's just that that's not the subject of this presentation. The subject of this presentation is JFK's war with the national security establishment. So I focus on national security issues. And I do believe that as important as the race relations speech was on June 11th, and important as the Civil Rights Bill was that Kennedy introduced later in June, I believe that this speech, the peace speech, was the most important one he ever gave. So let's focus on that. Jeffrey Sachs wrote a fantastic book about this. He's our foremost, I think, American liberal humanitarian in regard to helping the rest of the world. He's a real philosopher. And he wrote that the Cuban Missile Crisis was the catharsis and turning point for JFK. From then until the end of his life a year later, Kennedy led. He became a master of events, not their pawn. He envisaged a pathway to peace and achieved it. He was a changed man, and he changed the world. He was both idealist and realist, visionary and arm-twisting politician, end quote. So its primary drafter was Ted Sorensen, JFK's alter ego, with help from McGeorge Bundy and Carl Kazin. Carl Kazin was the number 2 guy on the National Security Council, who had replaced Rostow in that role, and who was a nuclear weapons expert. And William Foster, the head of the U.S. Disarmament Agency, the new agency Kennedy had created, and Foster was the head of that agency. Circulation was closely held on the draft speech. McNamara and Rusk saw it with less than a week to go before its delivery. Listen to this. Maxwell Taylor and AEC Chairman Glenn Seaborg were only shown sections of the speech dealing with the proposed nuclear test ban treaty with only a few days to go. They were not shown the parts about having a new attitude about the Russians or about ending the Cold War. They were just shown the parts about the nuclear test ban treaty. Max Taylor told Carl Kazin that it would not be a good idea to show any parts of the speech to the other chiefs, because their comments would be predictable and nothing good would come of that. That's an understatement. So JFK was about to deliver a hammer blow to the Cold War paradigm in an overt attempt to end the Cold War. He was doing all he could to avoid telegraphing his intentions to his many opponents in the national security establishment. His strategy was to get the public to recognize and understand that there was humanity, decency, and valor on both sides of the Cold War divide, as Jeffrey Sachs expressed it in his book. If he could do that, it would make a test ban treaty acceptable to the public and would help reduce tensions between the superpowers. Listen to this. As the speech began, Kennedy went after Curtis LeMay. This is important enough that I want to read you the background. LeMay was fond of discussing how Roman military might had produced Pax Romana, how the superlative and lethal British Navy in the 18th and 19th centuries had produced Pax Britannica, and with stunning hubris, how his own nuclear bombers in the 1950s had achieved Pax Atomica and were continuing Pax Atomica into the 1960s. Once during a lecture, LeMay had actually morphed Pax Atomica into Pax Americana. He was claiming full credit for this Pax Americana. JFK began his speech by countering Curtis LeMay's bellicose claim that SAC, his nuclear bomber force, had created Pax Americana based on military might alone. So here's JFK on a very hot day, June 10th, 1963, delivering this watershed speech about the Cold War. And I'll just read you part of the quote in which he's combating Curtis LeMay. He says, "What kind of a peace do I mean? What kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana enforced on the world by American weapons of war. I'm talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and to build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women." He next explained why he was talking about peace, because total war made no sense in the nuclear age. You can read this paragraph later, but that's the new face of war he's talking about. Total war doesn't make sense anymore. And in the final paragraph on this slide, he discusses public attitudes toward peace. He says, too many people think peace is impossible. They think it's unreal, and they think that war is inevitable and that mankind is doomed. And he says, this belief that war is inevitable and that mankind is doomed is a dangerous defeatist belief. He says, our problems are man-made, therefore they can be resolved by man. Next came the most challenging part of his speech, his attempt to get Americans to stop demonizing the Soviets. Yes, they were our adversaries, but we weren't at war, so therefore they were not our enemies. That was the first thing he was trying to do. This was essential if he were to begin to end the Cold War. So he says, let us re-examine our attitudes toward the Soviet Union. No government or social system is so evil that its people must be considered as lacking in virtue. That was the Dean Acheson, Paul Nitze argument in NSC 68, the argument of all the hawks during the 1950s and in the early 60s. He says, no, let's re-examine this attitude. He says, in the middle paragraph, he says, nobody suffered more than the Soviet Union during the Second World War. They had at least 20 million people killed. Actually, we think now it's about 27 million. And he says a third of their territory was destroyed and 2/3 of their industrial base was destroyed. A loss equivalent to the devastation of this country east of Chicago in terms of both territory and population and industrial base. That was the equivalency. He's trying to get people to put themselves in the shoes of Soviet citizens and leaders. So he says, today, should war ever break out again, the people in the most danger are the Americans and the Russians. We've got all the weapons, they're aimed at each other, and we're in the most danger of devastation. So our weapons aren't doing much for us. They're actually keeping us in danger. So he concludes his speech by saying, if we cannot now end our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. Khrushchev was stunned. Pardon me, I get emotional when I deliver this part of my presentation. They had been discussing ways to make a test ban treaty work since January of 63, Kennedy and Khrushchev. And yet, in spite of those discussions, Khrushchev was stunned. He declared it the greatest American speech since the presidency of Franklin Roosevelt. The Soviet government stopped jamming the Voice of America broadcasts to allow the peace speech to be played in full on the air. The Soviet government also printed the entire text uncensored. This is important, in both Pravda and Izvestia. There were parts of the speech that were very unflattering to communism. And Kennedy talked about it being repugnant and against all of our basic values. They left that in the speech when they published it. They didn't delete that from the Voice of America broadcast or from the Russian translation in the newspaper. JFK and Khrushchev, as I say, had been discussing ways to make a test ban treaty achievable. So they were almost there. Khrushchev was still opposing a lot of our inspection provisions that we wanted to do on the ground. And he considered them tantamount to spying. And he was not in favor of banning all tests. He didn't want to ban underground tests, just in the atmosphere of the space and outer space and in the water. So they realized that at this point, Kennedy realized that, okay, this is the way I'm going to get a deal. I'm not going to go for everything. If you go for everything, you often get nothing. I'm going to go for everything that's achievable to stop this nuclear fallout in the atmosphere and reduce world tensions. So that's what they did. They sent negotiators together. The negotiations commenced between the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union on July 15th in 1963. The intent was to get a limited test ban treaty, to allow underground tests, but to ban them in the atmosphere and outer space and underwater. Khrushchev was actually in attendance when the negotiations began. That was a very good sign. He acted tough and he said, I'm not going to ban underground tests, and you got, too many intrusive inspection requirements, but we can examine the other things. So they did. Kennedy also announced in this speech, in the peace speech, that the U.S. was announcing a complete moratorium on its own testing, which he had recommenced in April 1962, providing other states did the same. And of course, other states did the same. Soviets didn't, they stopped. They didn't do any more. We had done over 100 tests since April 1962. All of our weaponeers were satisfied. They got to test all their new designs and had figured out even more efficient ways to kill human beings. So they didn't need to do any more. The chief U.S. negotiator was Undersecretary of State Averell Harriman, the old man who had negotiated a neutral solution in Laos for Kennedy. Harriman was a mixed bag. He was against a diplomatic solution in Vietnam. He was against a neutralization of Vietnam the way we had done in Laos. And yet he had done what Kennedy wanted in Laos. And he did what Kennedy wanted with the test ban treaty. And he was trusted because not only had he been the co-chair of the Harriman Beaverbrook supply mission to the Soviet Union in September of 1941, when they were on the ropes and being defeated by Hitler, he was the co-head of that supply mission for Lend-Lease. But he had become ambassador to the Soviet Union during World War II from 1943 through January 1946. So they trusted Harriman. Kennedy remained involved in the negotiations on a daily basis. And the treaty was initialed on July 25th. Kennedy viewed the treaty as a way to slow nuclear proliferation around the world and as a foot in the door, a first step toward future arms control agreements. And certainly psychologically, it would have been. If he had remained president, and if Khrushchev had remained president, it would have been a foot in the door toward arms control agreements. The achievement was so important to him that he made a major address on national TV the next day. This is one of my favorite slides. Looking fatigued and haunted, JFK spoke to the nation on July 26, 1963, about reaching an agreement with the USSR on a limited nuclear test ban treaty. And he does look fatigued and haunted. You can see it on his face. I speak to you tonight in a spirit of hope. Yesterday, a shaft of light cut into the darkness. Negotiations were concluded in Moscow, on a treaty to ban all nuclear tests in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater. It is a victory for mankind. This treaty is not the millennium, but it is an important first step, a step toward peace, a step toward reason, a step away from war. And he considered stopping nuclear testing to be a step away from war because it would lower the international temperature and the international tensions, stop the one-upmanship, stop bellicose threats like the Tsar Bomba and our nuclear test in the Pacific, stop those things. This is why he was so concerned. The continued testing and stockpiling of immensely destructive hydrogen bombs threaten the future of human existence. Now, this is the mushroom cloud after our first thermonuclear detonation, Ivy Mike. It's enormous. This is the Castle Bravo test in 1954, 2.5 times more powerful than we planned it to be. That's frightening in and of itself. And the rest of these images are just terrific, and they speak for themselves. I believe this is one of the tests after we resumed testing in April 62. This is horrific also. Between 1945 and 1962, the United States conducted 331 atmospheric nuclear tests. That's a lot of fallout problems. The Soviets conducted an almost identical number. They created a lot of fallout problems. So the nuclear test ban treaty stimulated this speech. The formal name of the treaty is listed here: Treaty Banning Nuclear Weapons Tests in the Atmosphere and Outer Space and Underwater. And this is a profoundly moving address to me today. It was then, it remains. I'm going to let you read it for yourself. I'm not going to do a dramatic reading. We have to keep moving. But you can tell that JFK is speaking with absolute sincerity, speaking from his heart. And of course, the 4 benefits that he mentioned were reducing world tension and making possible broader areas of agreement, freeing the world from fears and dangers of nuclear fallout. It might slow proliferation, and it could limit the nuclear arms race. So this is my second and final slide on the nuclear test ban treaty speech. He made 2 passages toward the end of the speech, which I encourage you to read here, just in case anybody didn't get it, scaring the hell out of the people listening to the speech, telling them how many lives could be lost in the first 60 minutes of a full-scale nuclear exchange. More than 300 million people could die in the first 60 minutes of this war. And no wonder he looked so worried. 4 of his own advisors, Paul Netze, Roswell Gilpatrick, General Tommy Power, and General LeMay had all reputedly wanted to first strike the USSR during the Cuban Missile Crisis. They were sacred cows in the American national security establishment, and they didn't get it. They either viewed nukes as a bigger and better way to do strategic bombing, or they had so demonized and dehumanized the enemy in their own minds, I think this is more likely, that in a time of stress, they didn't care that they had adopted a truly genocidal mentality. They just didn't care. Poll numbers were favorable right after the speech. I'll let you read these on your own. And JFK's ally in this cause, who had worked with him on the issue before the peace speech, Norman Cousins, helped him sell the treaty to the American people. You can read all about Norman Cousins in Jeffrey Sachs's book. He was relaying messages from Khrushchev and from the Pope to Kennedy, and Kennedy was relaying messages back to them through Cousins. And then Cousins, the editor of Saturday Review, helped sell this to the American people, along with magazine articles, speeches, and Kennedy made some speeches too, selling this concept to the American people. Now, McNamara and Gilpatrick spent many days persuading the reluctant service chiefs that the treaty would freeze our superiority in place. And after bludgeoning them into submission, only Max Taylor was allowed to testify before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, not the other chiefs, not Curtis LeMay. Now, Fulbright's Foreign Relations Committee took up the treaty first before the less friendly Senate Armed Services Committee. So LeMay didn't even get to speak until the Armed Services Committee convened. And by the time the two right-wing opponents of the treaty, Edward Teller, our foremost designer of the hydrogen bomb, and Lewis Strauss, former head of the Atomic Energy Commission, who had supported the super, by the time they spoke, they'd already lost the battle. They'd lost the public relations battle already, even though they came out strongly against the treaty. So the Senate ratified the treaty 80-19. JFK signed the instruments of ratification on October 7th. It was his proudest achievement. And he looks very calm, sober, composed, and I must say, proud in this famous photograph from the Kennedy Library. And there's Averell Harriman in the second row on the left of the picture. Second row on the left, looking down at JFK signing the treaty that he engineered in Moscow. Here's a summary of Kennedy's journey from 1961 to 1963 for all 3 years of his journey as president, as it relates to the national security state. This is an extremely important slide. This is the summary of what my presentation is about. John F. Kennedy entered the presidency as a skeptic about the national security establishment. By the end of 1961, mutual distrust defined his relationship with most of the Cold War policymakers after his decisions not to go to war in Cuba, Laos, and Vietnam. Mutual distrust. By the end of 1962, his enemies in the national security establishment viewed him as a heretic, following his resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis by diplomacy instead of war. His relationship with most of these sacred cows throughout most of 1962 could be defined as one of mutual contempt. Mutual contempt. I don't think that's an overstatement. So his relationship with the national security state and its sacred cows went from mutual distrust at the end of 61 to mutual contempt throughout most of 62, and certainly that's where it was at the end of the year. In 1963, after he gave the peace speech, after he ensured the successful ratification of the Limited Test Ban Treaty, and after he ordered the withdrawal from Vietnam, his enemies inside the national security state viewed him as an apostate. I encourage you to look up those two words. They're both very charged, descriptive words, but an apostate is even worse than a heretic. I'll tell you what the Inquisition did to people who were heretics and apostates. They burned them at the stake. In 1600, they burned Giordano Bruno alive at the stake. A lot of times they would kill people before they burned them at the stake. They burned him alive. That's because he was an apostate. That's what happened to President Kennedy. His assassination in broad daylight in Dealey Plaza was the equivalent of being burned at the stake in the Middle Ages, as an example to everyone else. JFK was a true profile in courage for not going to war on numerous occasions, even though the majority of his own national security establishment pressured him relentlessly to do so. For JFK, war was the option of last resort. This is the main point I want to make with this presentation. For JFK, war was the option of last resort. For many of his advisors engaged in their holy war against communism War was the preferred option, the option of first resort. JFK paid for his repeated opposition to them in Dallas, Texas, with his life. And now we begin the retrospective on his life and on what happened to him at the end of 1963. This is the arrival in Dallas. And as Jim Douglas stated in his famous book, the unspeakable reared its ugly head in Dallas, Texas, after two other assassination plots failed in Chicago and Miami earlier that month. If those plots hadn't failed, we never would have heard of Lee Harvey Oswald. I'm sure we would have been hearing the name of some other patsy instead. But those plots failed, so the plot in Dallas had to be carried out. This is Love Field. You can see how many people were interested in seeing and meeting the Kennedys. I want you to look at this man. This is the face of Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman. That's a chilling photograph. He was in charge of the physical security during the Dallas trip. He, along with one other man, Floyd Boring, were the twin assistant special agents in charge of the Secret Service White House detail. And Kellerman had just received a promotion, so that he was then, at this time, co-equal with Floyd Boring. Just take a look at that face. Is he watching the crowd? No. That's what he's supposed to be doing. I remind you that Roy Kellerman is the man who watched the assassination unfold in the rearview mirror on the side of his car door during the assassination. He was in the right front seat of the limousine. He didn't make a move to try to protect the president. Excuse me. He's also the man who began the casket shenanigans. And I don't mean at Bethesda. He's the man that ensured Kennedy's body in the Dallas casket was removed from Parkland Hospital. He ensured that there would be no honest autopsy in the state of Texas. Those were his marching orders that day. And he carried out his orders. And then at Bethesda Naval Hospital, he was the battalion commander on the ground who monitored who was allowed into the morgue and who wasn't, and managed the casket entries, the 3 separate casket entries, kept those audiences apart from each other, and kept the FBI agents out of the morgue. While the president's wounds were being altered. That's Roy Kellerman. Here's another picture of the adoring crowd at Love Field. Famous picture of the motorcade. There's Clint Hill on the left running board of the Queen Mary. Some of the crowd in Dallas was 12 people deep on each side. Even though Dallas was called the city of hate, and he was supposedly more unpopular there than anywhere else, we had huge crowds show up to see the president and his wife. This is the infamous Mary Moorman Polaroid photograph taken during the shooting. Mary Moorman always said she heard additional shots after this photograph was taken. This is the immediate aftermath of the shooting. You notice Bill and Gail Newman are on the ground protecting their children. They heard shots come from behind them in the vicinity of the grassy knoll and covered their children. This is a very famous public domain photograph. It's actually from the Kennedy Library of Bill and Gail Newman protecting their children. You can see how few people were at this part of Elm Street. This was a very carefully planned military style ambush. There were almost no people to the right or left of the limousine when the shooting took place. There's the swearing in on Air Force One on the ground at Love Field. That's Jack Valenti on the left, looking up at the camera. One of Lyndon's Texas sycophants, the man who did his best to stop Oliver Stone's movie from being completed, went into the full attack mode against the movie JFK. And here's the most infamous of the swearing in photographs. This is the famous wink photo of Congressman Al Thomas winking at LBJ right after he's sworn in. Air Force One on the ground at Andrews Air Force Base. You can see Jackie and Bobby Kennedy standing in the door of the lift truck, and the bronze Dallas casket. The heavy, ornate ceremonial coffin is being taken from the lift truck into the Navy cardiac ambulance. So Dallas was journey's end for John F. Kennedy. This is the East Room of the White House on Saturday, November 23rd. And then JFK was taken to lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol on Sunday, November 24th. Jackie and the children are following up the steps. That's the Joint Service Casket Team, the honor guard, serving as the pallbearers. This is Lyndon Johnson doing a wreath laying inside the rotunda. And JFK's wife and his daughter are saying their farewells to the casket. Jackie's kissing the flag. Carolyn is sneaking her little hand underneath the flag to touch the mahogany casket. On Monday, the president's body went to St. Matthew's Cathedral. And then after that, it went to Arlington National Cemetery. I want you to look who's in the procession that led the casket out of the White House driveway. We've been talking about these men today. Maxwell Taylor on the left, Curtis LeMay himself on the right, with the other Joint Chiefs behind them. I wonder what was going through their minds, especially Taylor and LeMay, who had clashed repeatedly with JFK over policy. I wonder what was going through their minds at this moment. Here's a shot from the Kennedy Library of the Joint Service Casket Team at the funeral at Arlington. You'll notice that two people who wore their uniforms, two foreign heads of state who wore their uniforms to honor the American head of state, were Haile Selassie of Ethiopia and Charles de Gaulle of France. De Gaulle's wearing his World War II uniform, looking profoundly sad. He had advised Kennedy, based on the French bitter experience in French Indochina and Vietnam, not to get involved in a ground war in Vietnam. Kennedy was starting to take his advice in 1963. earlier, in fact, had started to take his advice by not committing combat troops. Douglas MacArthur told Kennedy not to commit combat troops to a land war in Asia. De Gaulle told him not to do that. And Kennedy refused to commit combat troops and was in fact withdrawing in 1963. So de Gaulle looks profoundly sad. Kennedy was of a different generation, much younger, but they did have that in common. And here de Gaulle and Selassie are saluting Kennedy and the flag. And shortly after this picture was taken, the flag was folded and handed to the widow. This picture is so sad. She's totally bereaved. And as she leaves the casket, who is she walking by? Max Taylor and Curtis LeMay. Right there in the front row. She's walking right past them. The bullets in Dallas left us with a void that we still feel today. A void that only grows with the passage of time. Some would say that the United States government has been a riderless horse since November of 1963. So in this regard, I found blackjack to be a useful symbol, a useful metaphor for this point of view. What president has seriously stood up to the national security establishment since November of 63? I can't think of any. Well, this is the metaphor that just won't go away, 7 Days in May. The book came out in 1962, co-authored by Fletcher Neville and Charles W. Bailey II, and the film was made in 1963 at Kennedy's urging. The film's release was scheduled for late November of 63, the week after the Dallas trip. But it was postponed due to its disturbing content. And I don't believe it was released until about February of 1964. So the word of mouth is that he asked his Hollywood friend, director John Frankenheimer, to make the movie as a warning to the nation that there could be a military coup under the right circumstances in this country, that there was that much disrespect by the military leadership for civilian control. If you listen to the audio commentary on the DVD of 7 Days in May, you'll hear Frankenheimer say that President Kennedy wanted very much for this movie to be made. And in fact, Kennedy did vacate the White House one weekend to allow them to film a riot scene outside the White House and to allow them to go inside and take a lot of interior shots so that the people who build the movie sets could later build accurate sets based on the photographs of the inside of the White House. So they took a lot of interior shots and then constructed their sets later. Now, JFK commented on the 1962 national security bestseller, 7 Days in May, to his friend, Paul Fay, the Undersecretary of the Navy. I've mentioned his book before, The Pleasure of His Company. This quote is so profound that I'm going to read it to you, and I want you to remember that this is Kennedy talking before the missile crisis, which in the minds of his detractors would have been another Bay of Pigs, except even worse, where he didn't invade Cuba when he had a chance to. So he's making these remarks before the missile crisis. Quote, "It's possible it could happen in this country but the conditions would have to be just right. If, for example, the country had a young president and he had a bay of pigs, there would be a certain uneasiness. Maybe the military would do a little criticizing behind his back, but this would be written off as the usual military dissatisfaction with civilian control. Then if there were another bay of pigs, the reaction of the country would be, is he too young and inexperienced? The military would almost feel it was their patriotic obligation to stand ready to preserve the integrity of the nation. And God only knows just what segment of democracy they would be defending if they overthrew the elected establishment. Then if there were a third bay of pigs, it could happen. But it won't happen on my watch. End quote. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, it did happen on his watch. Except that instead of a military junta taking over in a bloodless coup, which was the scenario proposed in the book and the film, it was an assassination, backstopped by an absurd cover story based on a dead patsy, by planted evidence, by a fraudulent autopsy, and supported by a gullible and compliant national media who thought it was better that they support the integrity of our institutions rather than raise uncomfortable questions about our society and the national security state. It was go along to get along. If you didn't go along with the national security establishment, especially with the agency, you were frozen out. You didn't get any more interviews or background briefings. They went along to get along. Former Senator Gary Hart wrote this about JFK's death, and this is the finest and most meaningful retrospective I have read anywhere on what happened to President Kennedy. He was writing about Kennedy in his book, The Good Fight. He was writing about him as a reformer, as a role model, as a reformer. And Hart wrote, it was his success that proved life-threatening. For those seriously drawn to public service and social change, Kennedy's death suggested something deeper and more sinister. It suggested the presence of ominous dark forces just beneath society's veneer. Forces that, if goaded by the threat of institutional change, could rise up and strike down anything or anyone, including an increasingly popular president of the United States, who might threaten the status quo, traditional power structures, ancient political arrangements. The first Kennedy assassination had about it a dark, mystical quality. It seemed a warning against straying too near the permissible boundaries of social change. He seemed too independent of established power structures. Jacqueline Kennedy spoke eloquently to Anastas Mikoyan, the deputy premier of the USSR, in the White House reception line prior to JFK's funeral on November 25th. This was recalled vividly by Mikoyan's Soviet interpreter, a very accomplished man named Viktor Sukhadrev. He had also been the interpreter at the Vienna summit between Kennedy and Khrushchev. So he was good at listening to the words of others and translating them precisely with the proper nuance. So he was interviewed in 2003, and he appears in the documentary JFK, A Presidency Revealed, which was an A&E product, Arts and Entertainment Network. And she said, he recalled this with tears in his eyes. She said to the deputy premier of the USSR, quote, Mr. Mikoyan, thank you for coming. And would you tell Mr. Khrushchev for me that my husband and Mr. Khrushchev could have brought peace to this world by working together. Now Mr. Khrushchev will have to do it alone. End quote. That's very profound. Very profound. It speaks volumes. There was no one else in the US national security establishment interested in pursuing world peace with Khrushchev. Jack Kennedy was dead. Ted Sorensen, JFK's speechwriter, said this about why JFK ran for the presidency in 1960. Quote, "I think that the principal reason Kennedy ran for the presidency was he thought the Eisenhower Dulles policy of massive retaliation and all of that was heading the country toward nuclear war. He felt the policy of massive retaliation, in which we supposedly kept the peace by saying that if you step 1 foot over the line in West Berlin or somewhere else, we will respond by annihilating you with nuclear weapons. He felt that was mad. He also felt it was a policy that had no credibility and would not prevent Soviet pressures or incursions in one place or another," end quote. Ted Sorensen knew Kennedy's mind better than anyone. He wasn't a part of his close social circle, but he knew his mind better than anyone else, and his ideals and his motivations. Robert McNamara said this about President Kennedy in 2003 in 2 different video interviews. Now, in the documentary Fog of War, he said this, quote, "President Kennedy believed a primary responsibility of a president, indeed the primary responsibility of a president, is to keep the nation out of war, if at all possible," end quote. And in the other 2003 documentary, A Presidency Revealed, McNamara said this with tears in his eyes, quote, "He was not a perfect human being. Who among us is? He made mistakes in his private life and his public life. But had he lived, the world would be a different world today, and it would be a very, very much better world." I'm going to make this very clear. President Kennedy was loved by Secretary McNamara. McNamara loved President Kennedy and was very loyal to him up until the moment of his death. Some days were good days, like September 12th, 1962 in Houston, where JFK gave an inspirational address on the importance of the space program. Another rhetorical masterpiece, just like the inaugural address and just like the peace speech. And previously, on February 23rd, 1962, when President Kennedy awarded the NASA Distinguished Service Medal to astronaut John Glenn after he became the first American to orbit the Earth, that was also a good day, a very good day. Look at how happy both men are, especially President Kennedy on the right. Just delighted to be there and to be with John Glenn. And John Glenn loved and respected him very much. He was the inspiration that caused John Glenn to enter politics. So here they are that day, examining John Glenn's Mercury space capsule, just 3 days after his trip around the Earth, 3 orbits around the Earth. I can just hear Kennedy saying to him, "It's crowded in there. How did you fit in there? Crowded." It was very crowded. Another good day was June 26th, 1963 in West Berlin, where President Kennedy celebrated NATO's defense of Western access rights to the city. All 3 Berlin images here are also public domain. Just look at this. Look at this crowd. President Kennedy is in the lower left of the picture, standing at the rostrum. Look at all those people. The speech is covered quite well in the documentary JFK, A Presidency Revealed. They talk about the reaction of the Germans to his speech and how many Germans were present, how many people were there. And here's another photo of it. It's just truly remarkable. It was this visit about which Kennedy said, we'll never have another day like this. I'll never have another day like this. And that was certainly true. But other days were not so good. They were characterized by incessant pressure to commit American combat troops to invade Cuba and to intervene militarily in Laos in South Vietnam. They were characterized by deceit and lies designed to manipulate him to commit the US military in 1961 to bail out a doomed exile invasion of Cuba based upon a big lie. And a continuous stream of lies in 1962 about the supposed success of the South Vietnamese war effort in its civil war with North Vietnam, so that JFK would not withdraw the American advisors. And they were characterized by unrelenting suggestions to use nuclear weapons against various nations in the communist bloc. These suggestions were proposed many times over Laos in 1961, throughout the Berlin crisis in 61 and 62, and they were proposed against the Soviet Union in 61, 62, and 63. In 61 and 63, in the two PSYOP briefings, which both recommended American first strikes on the Soviet Union, and in 1962, some of his closest advisors wanted to first strike the Soviets. Roswell Gilpatrick, Paul Nitze, certainly Tommy Power, almost certainly LeMay. Since LeMay wanted to do it in the 1950s, I'm sure he wanted to do it in 1962, because LeMay considered Cuba a sideshow. And if he considered Cuba a sideshow, then you know what was the main event for him. It was nuking the Soviet Union. This slide summarizes the content of my entire presentation. Disrespect, insubordination, and contempt for President Kennedy characterized the attitude of the Joint Chiefs in 1961 and 1962. For them, war was always the first option. But for President Kennedy, it was the option of last resort. By the end of 1962, I believe JFK's fate was sealed, and the clock was ticking on his life. This photo and the next one are truly instructive. A stern and profoundly unhappy JCS Chairman Lyman Lemnitzer is relieved of his duties by General Maxwell Taylor on October 1st, 1962 in this ceremony. President Kennedy reassigned Lemnitzer to head NATO's military forces in Europe as SACEUR, Supreme Allied Commander Europe. I want to make this point. Just look at Lemnitzer's face. He's furious. He's extremely angry that Kennedy's pinning a medal on his uniform. Like, what right do you have to pin a medal on me? Receiving a medal from the president, his nemesis, did not assuage the injury Lemnitzer felt after nearly 2 years of conflict. Look at him in this photograph. The distrust and dislike between Kennedy and Lemnitzer is evident in this photograph, taken at the same ceremony on October 1st, 1962. Kennedy's looking a little bit down his nose at Lemnitzer with skepticism at the very least, if not disapproval. Lemnitzer just looks totally belligerent. I think I see hatred on his face. And look behind Lemnitzer. Look at Maxwell Taylor. He's in the catbird seat. He's got a smug look on his face. He's very happy. He's smiling. I'm exactly where I want to be. I got what I wanted for the last 2 years. I'm now the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This is the day he became chairman, right before the missile crisis. And on the right of the photograph is Roswell Gilpatrick, the man who gave the speech on October 21st, 1961, saying, yeah, there's a missile gap and a bomber gap, but it favors the United States, so you better not mess with us. the man who also wanted to first strike the Soviet Union during the missile crisis. That's Roswell Gilpatrick, Deputy Secretary of Defense. This photograph is got a lot of history in it. It says a lot about relationships. There's a famous quote from an Englishman named John Harrington. I'm sure some of you have heard it before. Treason doth never prosper. What's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason. That's worth reading again. Treason doth never prosper. What's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason. I put this famous quote above the photographs of these two men for a specific reason. These had to be the two most embittered and disappointed men among the military surrounding Kennedy, even more so than Curtis LeMay, probably, at least as much as Curtis LeMay, maybe more so. Some JFK-JCS relationships were more difficult than others, and they only got worse with the passage of time. Thank God the Air Force took these photos. There's a famous Shakespeare quote. One may smile and be a villain. That's from Hamlet. The possible roles of these two individuals in the coup are worthy of further study. You know who that is on the left. I'll leave it for you to find out who that is on the right. Research is being done on these two individuals by someone I know. An embittered Allen Dulles said after Kennedy's death, that little Kennedy, he thought he was a god. The CIA's head of counterintelligence, James Angleton, at left, and covert operator William Harvey at right, both had important roles in the joint military CIA coup d'etat. You want to learn more about this? If you want to learn more, I recommend you read John Newman's Oswald and the CIA, the Skyhorse edition, with a new epilogue added to it. So I believe that was published in 2008 by Skyhorse with the new epilogue. Read the new epilogue. Read what John Newman says about James Angleton, setting Oswald up following the Mexico City visit by squirreling away certain documents and reports so that they wouldn't become known of by others until the day of the assassination, creating a panic and a cover-up in Washington. And of course, William Harvey was the head of Task Force W. He knew all about the mafia CIA plots to kill Castro, and in fact, he took them over. He took them over even after the CIA lied to Robert Kennedy, the Attorney General, and said they had been terminated. He took over those plots. He had an extreme animus for the Kennedy brothers and especially for Robert Kennedy. He was on the Mongoose Committee along with Lansdale. Harvey didn't get along with anybody. Standing against their encouragement of clandestine, conventional, and nuclear warfare across the globe was the sober voice of reason, a dedicated humanist who placed human welfare above ideology. This is the shining example that I think President Kennedy leaves with us. He did place human welfare above ideology. He didn't demonize our adversaries. He tried to get Americans to see them as human beings. and to think of them as human beings and to put ourselves in their shoes. By 1963, certainly President Kennedy was a determined and skilled adversary of the prevalent attitudes, the Cold War attitudes in the Pentagon leadership, in the military leadership all over the world, and by the hawks in the State Department and at CIA. He was a determined man with a purpose and was moving very quickly in 1963 to end the Cold War. And I'm sure that the cabal was determined that he could not live, because if he had had a second term, he would have implemented many of the changes that he desired. He would have implemented some kind of arms control agreement. The first arms control agreement would have been signed of some kind. He would have visited Moscow. He told one of his friends he would have visited Moscow to sign that kind of a treaty. And the rapprochement with Castro probably would have been effectuated. One more slide. As Kennedy said, the United States is the keystone in the arch of freedom. He took our Cold War responsibilities and our nature responsibilities seriously, but for him, war was the option of last resort, not first resort. And that's what got him killed. The people that killed JFK were extremely frustrated after the stalemate in Korea. They all came out of the World War II environment where we had total victory, unconditional surrender of the enemy, which is unusual, by the way, in wars. And they wanted another such victory in the Cold War. They wanted unconditional surrender of the enemy, rollback of the enemy, and they did not want another stalemate like Korea. That was completely unsatisfactory to them. He would not give them the proxy war they wanted with communism in Cuba or in Southeast Asia. He would not give them the nuclear war that many of them wanted, to his everlasting credit as a human being. So I want to thank several people. It's my thank you slide. David Mantik, Gaten Fonzie, Jeremy Gunn, John Newman, Jacob Hornberger, my two friends in Los Angeles, Sidney Wilkinson and Tom Whitehead, Peter Janney, who led me to Dijo Brugioni of the formerly CIA photo analyst at NPIC, Peter Janney, who's now a good friend and who led me to Dino and allowed me to do a seminal video interview of Dino in 2011, and Beverly Sadowski. And I want to thank John F. Kennedy, who inspired me to serve in the United States Navy, to honor public service, and to value truth above all things. Because so did Kennedy. I want to thank Jacob Hornberger and the Future of Freedom Foundation very much for giving me this extended opportunity to make this presentation. It's the most important thing I've ever done in this regard, most important presentation I've ever made. So thank you very much to them, and thank you all for your attention.